After a 6-5 walk-off winner last night, the Stompers look to replicate that magic right back here at Arnold Field. The second of 4 between the Stompers and the Menlo Park Legends, and well, the series couldn't have gotten off to a better start for Sonoma. Connor Pulowski plays the hero in inning number 9 with a walk-off single yanked through the left side. Stompers in comeback fashion, 2 in the 9th, 6-5 final. But that's yesterday, and as we know in the CCL, every day is a new one. You score 16 runs one day, and you're shut out the next, and the Stompers look to avoid that. Welcome inside the Sonoma Index Tribune press box. I'm Kieran Costa, joined by Roman Raffelli on this Saturday evening edition of the Stompers pregame show, and it was a fun one last night, Roman.
Yeah, great game. Went back and forth both times. We saw the Stompers have the first comeback victory of the year last night, and just a great team performance. They had 6 hit by pitches, 4 walks, 8 singles, a classic small ball night, and it went well.
Yeah, tied it on the Stompers special, as it's been dubbed, that ball that kicked to the screen in the 9th inning. But then they got the walk-off in normal fashion. Connor Pulaski, a hard-hit single through the left side. And, yeah, he was the catcher. That's back-to-back days where the best Stomper in the lineup and the most production offensively has come from the catcher spot. You don't see that every day. And now for the second consecutive day, 2 catchers in the lineup, the backup playing DH.
Yeah, and it's just a pretty unique phenomenon. Not that it necessarily means a ton, but you don't typically see catchers in the DH spot, whether it's high school, college, MLB, summer ball even. You know, the catchers, their job is to play good defense, be on the same page with the pitcher, and do that job. And if they can hit, that's a big plus. But now we're seeing the catching position be one of the best for the Stompers, at least in recent days, with Sepulveda 2 nights ago, and then last night obviously being Pulowski. It's great for them, and hopefully Pulowski can continue it today for his team.
Yeah, 2 catchers in the lineup, but the rest of the lineup is a little bit different. This is the first lineup, league or out of league, where there's been no Colton Boardman and no Landon Akers. We've seen one of those guys top of the lineup staples this year. For Zach Pace, he does have Max Handren, that threat that he likes, power, speed, 5-tool guy in Handren at the top of the lineup. But down at the bottom, Shannon moved to 9, Baker in there again. What are your thoughts on Skip's 9 today?
Yeah, I think it's good. You talk about Boardman and Akers. We've seen one of them in every game and both of them in most games. They need some time off. I think this is a big one, especially with the doubleheader tomorrow. It's important to be able to get your guys some rest, and we've seen not struggle nights from Boardman and Akers recently, but they've definitely been a little bit off. Akers, you know, in just a bit of a slump, but not even terribly bad. It's good to get those guys some rest, and good to see Gideon Hahn in the leadoff spot back in the lineup. It's been a couple days for him, and then just getting the guys who have been contributing more quietly to this team get some more opportunities. Kieran Baker, a big one there. He's played a really solid season so far, both in the outfield and at the dish.
Yeah, Colton Boardman, we saw him hit on the wrist yesterday. I talked to both him and Zach Pace before the game today. Just precautionary, a big one that both of them mentioned. The Stompers play 2 tomorrow. That's right now slated for a 7-9 doubleheader, so 16 innings of play coming to you on the Mixler tomorrow from the College of San Mateo, but have to focus on this one first. And Zach Pace sends Braden Gens to the mound, who we saw out of the bullpen to start the season, much like we saw Haroon Pelja yesterday. Reliever to start the year, starts today. What would you like to see out of Gens, Roman?
Yeah, Gens needs to give another good start. We've had back-to-back really solid starts for the Stompers in the last 2 days. He needs to go out there, throw strikes, work quickly, get the offense out there early. But in that one outing against the Seagulls, they did lose that game, but he pitched 3 2/3, had just 1 hit, and struck out 2. He was really solid, needs to continue to stick to his stuff, not have long innings, and just do what he does best.
Yeah, he was solid in out-of-league play as well. He had that fun little work out of a jam situation. That was back a couple weeks ago, but CCL play is all that matters right now. Stompers 5-4, hanging around that 500 mark. Not sure if that's good enough to make the playoffs in what's a competitive North this year. Menlo Park 2-4. And you have 3 more games left with a team like this. You play half of your season series over 3 days. And what we've seen with San Francisco is they don't have a lot of pitching. They've sort of buried themselves in the standings in a way that's going to be tough to come back from. You take 2 out of the next 3. They're sitting at a 3-6 record. They're well below 500. This is big for Sonoma. punch Menlo Park in the teeth, knock them down in the standings, and really say it's going to be a 4-horse race for those 3 spots. One thing that's not an issue is arms. Menlo Park Legends have 30, so that'll be a conversation for tomorrow's pregame show, doubleheader scheduled. Yesterday, though, you talked about the small ball a little bit in your first answer, but the left on base numbers are still worrying, and small ball is great to a point. It works. If you're leaving 11 runners on base, you're getting more than 11 runners on base, but at some point you need the big hit.
Yeah, and that's when we've seen, some really big scores for the Stompers is when they get those big hits. You talk about Thursday night, Sepulveda had 3 extra base hits himself. That's a huge stat for the Stompers, but playing small ball is what they do and what they know. If you can be scrappy, move up on past balls, steal bases, those kind of things, that all works really cohesively. The downside to that is you're not getting consecutive bases on the hit, which means you're going to have more bases to get around and leave more players on base.
Moving over, it's time for Roman's Radar. Stompers are the home team. Who's your Stomp Watch player today?
Yeah, for me it's going to be Dane Most, the DH, hitting in the 4-hole for Menlo Park. He had a solid night last night, and they like what he's doing in the DH spot, so they're going to keep him there today.
Yeah, now we move over to Sonoma. You've got 9 guys. Braden Gentz, an interesting one. We've been told David Howard and Patrick Richardson are coming out of the bullpen. Who catches your eye?
Yeah, for me it's actually going to be a little bit different. I'm going to go with the whole bullpen. We've seen really competitive ball between these 2 programs, and for the Stompers, late into games, that's when it's really mattered. They need to get the lead and hold the lead, and the big part of that is the bullpen. This has been a solid slate that we've seen throughout the year. Guys who can go in, throw strikes, be dominant, pick up momentum. That's a huge, kind of unwritten task of the bullpen. You can have quick, effective innings late. That can be huge for a win.
Luke Duncan, also a guy I think we're going to see out of the bullpen. We saw Matt Ketcher in Alameda earlier this week, but we know he comes Saturdays, and we're going to see his live 90-plus mile-per-hour fastball later in the contest. Gentz, though, usually we wrap up with Roman's Radar, but Gentz is an interesting case. Pelja wound up going 4 innings yesterday. How much do you think he can get out of Braden Gentz today?
Well, we saw 5 2 nights ago from Laginto and then 4 last night. Either of those numbers would be great from Gentz, or really just until the tank is empty. If he's pitching well, it's tough to tell when you've got, the situation that we kind of have with summer ball, where your starters aren't expected to go the 6-7 that you might see in NCAA baseball or in the major leagues. So Gentz, if he can get to 5, I think that's a win. Anything plus that or beyond that is a plus, but I think obviously a solid 4 with Howard, Richardson, Duncan behind him.
Zach Pace and Nick Sanziri have had their meeting at home plate with the umpires. Hey Trey's ready to announce the lineups, and after the anthem, we're getting you ready for first pitch. That's all the time we have today on the from the Sonoma Index Tribune press box on the Stompers pregame show. First pitch in the second of a 4-game set between Sonoma and Menlo Park when we come back on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. It's Saturday night in Sonoma, and no better place to be than Arnold Field as the Stompers look to get 2 games above 500 in CCL play for the first time this season. They're 5-4, taking on the 2-4 Menlo Park Legends, and Braden Gentz gets the ball to start at the 6'4", 215-pound right-hander out of Clovis, California. Played his college ball at Pepperdine. 17 appearances, 1 start, an 0-1 record, and an 8.24 earned run average. He's made 1 league appearance. That was exactly 1 week ago in a blowout loss to San Francisco, but he went 3 2 innings without giving up an earned run, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. The biggest thing, 0 walks. Command an issue, and command the thing that Zach Pace cares the most about. This is the guy to put the ball in the zone and make them beat you, and here's the guy that Nick Sanzari will try and beat Braden Gentz with. The left fielder, Quincy Villa, leads off, followed by the center fielder, T.J. Schmalzi, and the first baseman, Will Robbins. The DH, Dane Most, hits 4th, goodness, and then the shortstop, James Bowes, bumped in the lineup after a 2-home-run game. Last night, the catcher, Blake Cowens, with third baseman, Russell Filter, 6-7, and then 8-9 goes Austin Rabago and the left fielder, Isaiah Landry. So it's Villa, Schmalzi, and Robbins. That's the same top 3 that we saw in yesterday's ball game. They went a combined 2 for 13. So go attack them early if you're Braden Gentz. And one thing to watch out for with Braden, it's a 2-pitch mix, a fastball and a slider. He only threw 17 sliders for his first 2 appearances, but if he threw a first pitch slider, it was a first pitch strike 100% of the time. So maybe the fastball command's not there early in the count. Watch for first pitch sliders, especially first pitch sliders in the zone. We'll see what he starts Quincy Villa with, the left fielder batting right. Gentz is ready, Villa's ready, and let's do it on a Saturday night in Sonoma. Villa squares to bunt and takes a called strike. That's the fastball, 91 miles an hour out of the hand. Villa, Schmalzi, and Robbins, the 3 slated in the first. 6:14 first pitch. That one's low and away. Went to the fastball again. This one at 92. Ramping up that fastball velocity that sat at just about 90 miles an hour. In his first 2 starts, the slider drops down 81. The 1-1 pitch is high, 2-1. Stomper pitching walked just 2 hitters last night, 3 hitters. They walked 1 in the 9th. Jens looks to pound the zone. He's behind Villa 2-1, 0 for 5 last night. He's ahead 3-1. Did not find his way aboard, which he did quite a lot at Marymount during his college season. He got on base at a .447 rate. I would be shocked if he started this series 0 for 6. He has the count leverage on a 3-1 coming from Gentz, and that's in the zone right there. 91, and the count runs full on the leadoff hitter Villa. The payoff is bounce foul, third base side, right towards Nick Sanzari, who's the manager for Menlo Park. Lucas Townsend works with the hitters. He also coaches third base. And Alex Mikolakis is the pitching coach. Another payoff coming, the 7th of the at-bat. Gentz from the windup delivers, and it's lined into left field, dunks in front of Nick Sebastiani, and there you go. A guy that hits .331 isn't going to stay quiet for too long, and the first base runner of the ball game is a leadoff single by Menlo Park. And let's set the defense behind Gentz while we have a moment. Nick Sebastiani in left, Kieran Baker in center, Brady Shannon in right. Handren and Hahn on the left side of the infield, Libby and Lazul on the right side of the infield. This is a good lineup for the alliteration you like, Roman. We'll see how it turns out for Sonoma that has multiple errors in the past 2 games, by the way. Villa dances off first base. The pitch is swung on and missed. First pitch fastball, 90 miles per hour in the zone.
And to go back to that Villa at-bat, that's exactly what you want from a leadoff, a guy who struggled last night. He did go 0 for 5 with a strikeout. He sees a lot of pitches, fouls a couple off, let the team see Gentz, and then he got on board.
Hitting room in right center. Villa runs. The pitch is high. Sepulveda's throw is wide, and it's a stolen base for Quincy Villa. Even a perfect throw from Sepulveda I don't think would have had him. And now the double play is out of order, and the first run of the ball game is 90 feet away with nobody out. Legends got the bats going in the later innings of yesterday's game, a run in the 8th and a run in the 9th. They had the lead heading to the Stompers' last ups, but Connor Pulowski played the hero for the Stomps and walked off Menlo Park. And the first game of this 4-game series, we're now in the first inning of Game 2. We'll play 2 at the College of San Mateo tomorrow. The pitch is fouled back to the screen, 1-2. It's a fastball again, 90. TJ Schmalzy went 1 for 4 yesterday, but the one was a home run in the 6th inning. Braden Gentz trying to keep him in the yard here and keep that runner at second base. Comes set, stares into Sepulveda to get the sign, now checks second, and comes home. Schmalzy pops it foul down the right field line and out of play.
Another good AB being put together here. This is what you want in the early innings. You want to drive up the pitch count, but you also want the lineup to see some pitches the first time through to, just get more comfortable, know what he's, throwing and how it looks, just to get good looks at the pitcher. Gens.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Gens sets at the belt. Villa dancing off second. The pitch is low and outside, says Eric Gurney, the home plate umpire. He's helped by Kevin Addington on the right side of the infield and Dean Poteet on the left side. Dean and Max Handren have both been in the CCL for a long time. Saw them chatting before the game down at third base. 2-2. Villa runs again. The pitch is outside. Sepulveda throw from his knees is not in time. And Braden Gentz is struggling to control the runners here in the early going. It's back-to-back full counts to open the contest, and Villa's made it to third just in this batter alone.
Yeah, and it's 2 things. It's not really checking back or making, Villa uncomfortable, and it's also the same delivery that is rather slow to the plate.
Payoff is grounded to short with the infield back. Hahn gloves and throws in one motion. A close play gets him. That was smart from Gideon Hahn. Maybe you want to charge that ball, which we've seen a lot from Colton Boardman. Either way, it's an RBI for TJ Schmalzy, his second of the series. The putout goes 6-3. And that brings up Will Robbins. The base is back cleared, and that's how you manufacture a run. That's single, stolen base, RBI ground ball.
That's great small ball offense, but you can only imagine had you held the runner to first, that would have been a double play.
That one's in there for a called strike. Would have been interesting to see Zach Bass bring the infield in with nobody out on the first, but the way the offense has been the last few nights, no need to. The 0-1 is popped up foul, 0-2. That's the first earned run allowed in league play by Braden Gentz. Handren hugging the line at third, and so is Paul Wazul at first base, actually. The 0-2, outside and low. There's the slider at 82. Just a true 2-pitch mix, a reliever mix, but Zach Pace, it's not an opener. He wants 4 innings. He just picked the first 4 today for Braden Gentz. The 1-2 is bounced, high chop to third. Handren picks it, throws in time to get him. And that's a guy that's played Arnold Field third base a lot, and he knew exactly where that ball was going to bounce. Fielded the short hop and threw to first. That's an ACC play from the Stomper third baseman.
Yeah, great play there. A high chopper. You have time there, but you have to be assertive and know you got to go pick the short hop and get it across.
So back-to-back ground balls. Set it up. Base is empty. Nobody out, and the first pitch is in there to Dane Most out of Iowa Western University. Another guy, 2 hits yesterday and a over 300 average, over 400 on base percentage during his college season. Gentz delivers right on right. This one's grounded to Hahn. Deep at short. Throws to first. Lazul can't pick it. A range into the shortstop hole. Threw it to first. Well, it had to be a true scoop from Lazul. Is that a play you expect him to make? Roman writes down E3. The official score says E6, and I'm going to wait until we have confirmation before I rate anything in my scorebook. Can you assume an error on a pick?
It's tough because he got the glove on it, so in my opinion, he should squeeze it. It's a tough play, but ultimately you play the field as your home field for 30 games a season. You should know it.
This one's hit to center field. I don't think the error is going to matter as Kieran Baker squeezes it and the inning is over. But 1 run on 1 hit and 1 left. The Stompers bats come up trailing 1-0 on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Back to baseball, last of the first. The Stompers will have to do it in comeback fashion again. The Legends jump on Braden Gentz, 2 stolen bases and an RBI ground ball. The Stompers will face Quinn Robertson, a 6'1", 96-pound right-hander out of Scottsdale, Arizona. He played at Montana Community College. He had 11 appearances, no starts, 18 earned runs in 17 innings pitched. So we'll see if the Stompers bats get going. 12 strikeouts, 10 walks. This is his second CCL appearance. He went 6 shutout innings, or 6 no earned runs innings, I should say. 4 hits, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts. So the command was great at school, but not so much against slow. But the runs weren't great at school and were good against slow. And Gideon Hahn, Max Handren, and Esteban Sepulveda will be the first 3. McCann, Libby, Pulowski, and Lazul will be the middle 3. Kieran Baker, Nick Sebastiani, and Brady Shannon round out the 9 for Zach Pace. His pitching coach, Mike Nunez, hitting coach, Paul Madarena. Kenny Mimersdorf not with the ball club this week, getting married. He'll be back next week. Dave Hoke coaching third base, Jacoby Heyer coaching first base. And Gideon Hahn, the leadoff hitter, digs in from the left side. Robertson from the right side delivers outside. 1 ball and no strikes, 83 miles an hour.
And Hahn hasn't been in the lineup for a couple days now. They want that good approach in the leadoff spot to try to just generate on-base appearances.
That one's a called strike at the bottom of the zone. 82 again. The count's 1-1. Hahn, Handred, and Sepulveda lefty, righty in the first. Robertson pitches. Hahn takes low. 82 again. That might just be the fastball, and the count's 2-1. Hahn 1 for 6 in league play, but 3 walks and 2 hit by pitches. Just like everyone else, the on base hundreds of points higher than the average. That one's lined hard, but foul off the old football scoreboard down the left field line. The count's 2-2. Legends wearing their road green uniforms. Legends across the front. The Stompers in the home whites. The 2-2 to Hahn is low. Nice take from Gideon Hahn. Bay Valley first team as a shortstop at Los Medanos. He had over 400 this season. Working as a two-way guy for the first half of the summer for Sonoma before he heads back to Seoul in mid-July. He grounds this one up the middle. Tough play for Rabago, who doesn't charge. He throws to first in time to get him. Every ground ball has been a half-step play at first base, but I think Kevin Addington got that one right. Hahn is retired, and that brings up Max Handren.
And a tough play and a nice play, like you said. The grass certainly slowing down the balls. We've seen a lot of really close plays at first, but a great job from Rabago to get to that ball and make an accurate throw while being rushed.
Handren, another lefty, takes. Low 1-0. Max, in his third stint for Sonoma, just graduated Cal. So, an ACC guy. First time he's an ACC guy here in Sonoma, and he hits a bullet. That's just about a half-inch on the wrong side of the foul line. Max played just 8 games and hit over 400 in Sonoma last year, a late addition to the roster. This year, he started off his Stomper season with a 2-for-5 game yesterday. Hit around 240 with 9 home runs for the Golden Bears. In a disappointing first ACC campaign for them. The 1-1 is outside 2-1. And talking to Max about it, I mean, I think Stanford and Cal were a little bit overmatched, having to go play at Chapel Hill, go play at Duke. I mean, Duke's still playing right now in the College World Series. They beat Murray State. They head to the winner's bracket down in Omaha. And Handren sends this one to left, but it's right at Villa, who makes the catch. There's 2 away. And, I mean, you could talk about the College World Series, but we talk about that is, what you've noticed from Max Handren is even when he gets out, every single ball he's hit in Sonoma has been the opposite way. The double is the opposite way. He flew out twice to the opposite field. He did pull a hard line drive single in the 8th inning, but I mean, it's a veteran approach. He's a guy that's, you can tell he's been here before and he's faced better pitching than this.
Yeah, and that's good control of the barrel, good plate awareness to know if it's hit or if it's pitched on the outside edge or even middle, but by you. Take it the other way. Don't try to pull that ball, because that's when you roll over, just give weak ground balls, or you completely whiff in general. It's a great approach to go the other way.
Now that line drive was 90 miles per hour off the bat of Handren, a family glove of Villa, and now Sepulveda is behind 0-2. Esteban had that breakout game 2 nights ago. He went 0-for-5 last night, and he starts this night by taking what I think was a 1-1 in there for a called strike 2. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Pepperdine backstop. It's an all Pepperdine battery tonight with Gens and Sepulveda. The 1-2 swung on and missed. The Stompers go quietly 1-2-3 in the first. We head to the second. Menlo Park on top of Sonoma 1-0 on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Braden Gens back to work. He threw 22 pitches and gave up 1 run in the first inning. He faces Blake Cowens, Russell Filter, and Austin Rabago. Cowens went 0 for 4 with a strikeout yesterday. He goes to University of Illinois at Chicago. Takes a ball from Gens, who works off the first base side of the rubber and delivers. Fastball took a tick off and got the swing and miss. At UOIC, I think is what they call it. He played 14 games and hit 267. He takes low outside and the counts 2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch is low and outside again, and it's 3-1. And Gens, whose command was so good the first few times we've seen him, falling behind hitters. The 3-1 is high ball 4. So the leadoff man aboard for the second consecutive inning. Watch out for Blake Cowens to run. I mean, a catcher, you're not thinking about a guy that steals a lot, but Gens has to check over or do something to try and keep the run game in check.
Yeah, and against a guy whose delivery is pretty slow, especially out of the stretch. He's got a big leg kick and almost pauses as he kind of rocks backwards, but needs to vary the cadence and just manage better.
This ball is bunted by Filter. Back to Gens. He knocks it down. He throws to first in time. A successful sacrifice for Russell Filter on the first pitch he sees. Moves Cowens to second base and brings up Austin Rabago. Austin Rabago, the left-handed hitter out of Hendrix College, will face the righty Gens. The pitch misses outside at 90. Big stretch coming up for Sonoma. They have this one and then 2 more against Menlo Park and off day, and then they head down to SoCal for a pair at Sinsheimer Park against the Slow Blues. That one's popped up foul towards the Margarita Lounge, and it skips up over Jacob's Restaurant down the third base line. And you talk about not looking at the standings too early. Well, is it ever too early in a 2-month season? It's already August. If you're comparing it to an MLB campaign, I'd be worried about the standings with 35 games left.
Well, there's 45 in the season, and we're already 15 through.
Exactly. 1-1 is upstairs, 2-1. And, I mean, Sonoma's historically started slow. They'll pull it back and find a way into the playoffs just about every year. But it's going to be a scrap. It's a 4-team race right now with Sonoma, Walnut Creek, San Luis Obispo, and Alameda out of nowhere this year. That's a nice play by Esteban Sepulveda on a fastball that bounced a good few feet out in front of home plate. And it's 3-1. Gens's command eluding him here in inning number 2. But I still think it's too early to look at the standings. A 4-game winning streak changes the season. And it's a big 24 hours. If you include this one, the Stompers played 3 games in the next 24 hours. 3-1. That one's grounded hard to second. Past the dive of Libby into right field. Lucas Townsend with the send sign. Brady Shannon hits the cutoff man. It's an RBI single for Austin Rabago, and that doubles up Menlo Park's lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, that ball tattooed past Libby there. Found a good barrel, hit a ball low in the zone, or really middle of the zone. Just a classic base hit there, and a big one to extend the lead 2-0. Oh.
So as it seems to always go, the leadoff walk comes back to hurt Sonoma. It's 2-0, and that brings up Isaiah Landry, who takes high. Landry's bounced around the Bay Area the last couple summers. He was on the Alameda Anchors in 2022, 2023, beg your pardon, then San Francisco in 2024. That was the Seagulls. He's now going to be playing at USF. He takes inside 2-1. And a guy that had offers out of high school, he went to Alabama State. He hit over 330 the last 2 years for the Hornets. He had 400 in conference play this year at ALA State, and he's worked. He's coming back home. He'll play for the Dons this fall, and before he sees a 2-0 pitch, Mike Nunez is going to have a meeting at the mound with Braden Gentz, but he sends the infielders back to their natural positions. It's just Sepulveda, Nunez, and Gentz.
And a big visit here. You've consistently had guys on the leadoff single, then the leadoff walk. He scores on the single now at first base. Probably something to talk about managing runners a little bit, as well as just finding the zone, what's working, what's not, how do we need to change the pitch calling, and just getting back on the right page here. And a little pep talk is always good.
Nunez heads back to the dugout. Sepulveda heads back behind the plate, and the infield and outfield resets. Top of the second, Menlo Park 2, Sonoma nothing. Menlo Park still threatening. Rabago's at first base. Landry's ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Gentz comes home. Landry takes a called strike, top of the zone at 89. Good pitch. It's nice to have Nooney, as he's called, back with the program. Zach Pace was taking all the mound visits, but now he has his pitching coach back to manage the staff. The 2-1 is popped up on the first base side. Lazul, staring into the sun, makes the two-handed squeeze in foul ground. That's a much-needed second out.
Yeah, that one works as good as a strikeout. You can't move the runner, and it's an easy play made, now big as you head to the top.
Second look for Quincy Villa, who snapped an 0 for 5 with a single in the first inning. He also stole 2 bases and scored one of the 2 Menlo Park runs. Gentz ready to throw his 38th pitch, and it's cut on and missed. There's the first pitch slider. What did we say? If he goes with the first pitch slider, he's getting strike 1 at 100% of the time coming into today.
And that could have been part of that conversation, as well as, hey, we tried to not do that, but now second time through, let's try it and see if it works as well as it did before.
Runner bluffs, doesn't go. The pitch is low, and yeah, maybe Mike Nunez looked at the scouting report. Our analytics team works hard. They brought him the paper, and on the paper it said 100% first strike percentage on the slider. The 1-1. Sepulveda picks back, and diving back safely is Austin Rabago.
And holding runners is a team effort. Oftentimes it gets pegged on the pitcher, but the catcher needs to do his part. The whole infield needs to be talking about what they're seeing, runner going, runner not, and then Lazul obviously plays a key piece at first base.
1-2 coming to Quincy Villa. Gentz delivers. It's grounded to third. Handren backhands the long throw across the diamond on a hop, and Lazul makes a nice play to keep it in front. It's an infield single for Villa, his second hit in as many innings. To second goes Rabago, and that brings up TJ Schmalzi. An RBI ground out in inning number 1, and a solo homer in the 6th inning of yesterday's game. Braden Gentz looking to limit the damage and keep the deficit just 2. The Stompers have struggled when they don't score first, and games have gotten away from them, especially in the early going so far. First pitch coming to Schmalzi out of Fairfield University. Gentz checks second and comes home. Swinging and foul into the glove of Sepulveda. 0-1. That was a fastball. Two on, 2 out. 2-0 Menlo Park, top of the second. Gens comes home. Cut on miss. That time he went with the slider. It looks like it's good. It looks like it's over the corner, and it just dies off the far side of home plate. It ends up in the far batter's box, but TJ Schmalzi had already started when he realized that. He's behind 0-2. The righty looking for a put-away pitch. He delivers outside and low. Off the glove of Sepulveda. He'll have a play at third base. His throw is high. And on the pass ball, the runners will move up.
And they had a chance there with the throw just in the infield and high. Not a great spot for it, but very advantageous base running from Rubago.
So now nothing can get through Sepulveda, but one swing and miss ends the inning.
And that's what you have to focus on if you're Gens. You can't be worried about the runner at third.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Gens sets at the belt and comes home. Outside and low, and that's a very nice job by Esteban Sepulveda to keep it in front. No runs scored on a wild pitch that time. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on, top of the second. Deuce's wild pitch from Gens is fouled back to the screen. We'll do it again. The pitch count now up at 45 for Gens. You have David Howard ready, or not ready, but slated to be the next pitcher in the game. That's the pitching path that we were told by Zach Pace. Gens is 2-2. Lined right back up the middle and through for a base hit. Scoring easily is Rubago. Right behind him is Villa. The throw is cut off. It's a 2 RBI single for Schmalzi. And all of a sudden it's 4-0 Menlo Park.
That's a great piece of 2-strike hitting there. You foul off a couple pitches, do what you need to do to stay alive, and then you get your pitch, shoot it right back up the middle. It scores 2 runs and gives your team a big 4-0 lead, just 5 outs through the game.
Yeah, that fastball caught way too much of the plate, 89 outer third, and I mean, you said it, Schmalzi does exactly what you're taught, even at the Little League level. Send it right back where it came from. He runs, and Sepulveda can't squeeze it. He was already thinking about the throw. It kicks off his glove, and it's a stolen base. It will be the 3rd for Menlo Park. Stompers have the offensive acumen to come back from 4 runs, but they haven't came back in a game that they trailed by more than 2. This one's popped up to very shallow left center field, and Hirdian Hahn, for some reason, the shortstop makes the catch, and the inning is over. But 3 runs on 3 hits and 1 left. We head to the last of the second. The Stompers bats have work to do. They trail the Menlo Park Legends 4-0. Bottom of the second inning, Stomps trail 4-0, and their 4-hitter, McCann Libby, takes inside 81 miles an hour. Libby hits one high in the air to left field. Villa is camped under it and makes the catch. 4 retired for Sonoma, and that's the amount of hitters that have come up through an inning and an out.
And Quinn Robinson's job has really just gotten easier as this game's gone on. You don't want to give up a crooked number in the first, and now you've got a 4-run lead going to the bottom of the second. You can pitch ahead here. You can be really confident and loose on the bump. Just go give your best stuff there, knowing you've got 4 runs of insurance very early.
This is Connor Pulowski's first trip, the man that Nick Sanzari had a nightmare about probably after yesterday's performance. 3 RBIs, walk-off hero with 2 outs. Gave the Legends fits. He's ahead 1 ball and no strikes. That one is low, but counts 2-0. Pulowski ahead in the count, a right-handed hitter out of Bellarmine University. Hits it foul towards Dave Hoke in the third base coaching box, that counts 2-1. Ground out, fly out, strike out, pop out. That's the way the first 4 Stompers have been retired in order by Quinn Robertson. Two-1 coming to the righty Pulowski. That's high and tight. 3-1, and one more wide one would give the Stompers their first base runner of the evening. 3-1, count leverage on the side of Pulowski. The pitch is a check swing. The call is outside, ball 4, and no swing from Pulowski. He's aboard again. He had a very productive day yesterday. To go along with the 2 singles and the 3 RBIs, he had 2 productive outs and a walk.
Yeah, he was great in all aspects, and we talked about it now in the DH spot as a catcher, so he gets to still contribute offensively while not having the dread of catching 9 innings.
He was good behind the dish yesterday, too, as has Sepulveda through the first 2 frames. Pulaski's not running, and Lazul takes low and away. And this might have come from the coaching staff, right? You're down 4-0. I don't think you're on take till 1, technically, but make him come in the zone. A check on Pulowski, who dives back safely. I don't like this getting up without calling timeouts. Just call timeout and don't let your hand come off the bag. Stompers have already made too many outs on the bases in the past week. That one is outside again. Good call from Eric Gurney. Just missed off the corner. It counts 2-0.
And the classic Vanderbilt approach, or as it's, kind of nicknamed, whatever, is you dive back with the right hand and then you just kind of bring the right foot up as you push yourself up, but certainly risky.
2-0 to Lazul's grounded foul down the first baseline, and we've only seen a fastball so far from the starter Robertson. So Coach Mayo is, if you're swinging 2-0, you have to be hunting your pitch. Well, everyone's pitch is a fastball today because that's all they're going to see. But that one, our TrackMan system said it was just below the zone. Another check on Pulowski, who's back in safely again.
Well, and that's a tricky one. A lot of times as a pitcher, if you see a guy just walking off first base instead of shuffling, you'll wait until he gets his feet kind of tangled up and his knees crossed over, and then you'll pick it back. That's exactly what they did there.
2-1. Lazul swings and misses. He chased back-to-back pitches at the bottom of his zone. I wouldn't be surprised if Robertson goes back there on what's now a 2-2 offer. Pulowski off first with the Stompers down 4-0, bottom of the second. Lazul, feet close together. Even stance from the left side, crowds the plate. Robertson pitches way outside, filler up, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lazul's back foot on the white chalk line, back of the box, as much time as he can to face what's been from 82 to 85 out of the hand of Robertson. This one is outside ball for at 81, and back-to-back one-out walks for Sonoma. Rallies a brewing in the last of inning number 2.
And this is a good approach here. You're down 4 early. You can't try to go get it all back at once. You need to shorten the stance, shorten the swing. Just play small ball. You can't try to do too much just because you're down. That's exactly what Pulowski and Lazul are doing here, and the lineup needs to continue to do after them.
What are the chances Kieran Baker swings first pitch?
Well, if you're a realist, 50-50, but here I'd say probably closer to 25-75.
Robertson delivers to Baker. He does swing first pitch and grounds it towards second. Rabago gloves. Can't get it out of his glove. Tries for second. Goes to first and gets Kieran Baker, who moves the runners over. Rabago tried to spin and throw to second base. Couldn't get it out of his glove. Spun back around and threw it to first base. A ballet performance out at second base yields a 4-3 ground out. But there's 2 in scoring position, and a base hit from Nick Sebastiani would get the Stompers right back in this ballgame.
Yeah, and he was 2 for 3 last night with a hit by pitch and a pair of singles. He also scored twice, and he had a key sac bunt in that 9th inning that put runners into scoring position, who would then score the tying and game-winning runs.
Nick gets a hit 1 out of every 4 CCL at-bats, and he gets on base at a 400 clip. Here he awaits the 1-0 from Robertson. Bounced foul down the third baseline. If he gets that just inside the bag, the Stompers cut this deficit in half. The 9-hitter, Brady Shannon, on deck. That was his pitch. That was 82, center cut. 1-1 home. Spikes it. It kicks off Cowens. Here comes Pulowski, and there won't be a throw. And just as they do every day, it's a Stomper special to open up the scoring for Sonoma.
And it was big that that ball kicked away as far as it did, because Pulowski hesitated. He didn't leave third base until the catcher was almost out of the dirt around home plate, but the ball kicked away. And that's great field awareness, knowing as a catcher especially how much space is between the home plate and the backstop.
Cowens was great behind the dish last night, and it's been solid through now an inning and 2/3. The 2-1 to Sebastiani is lined over the glove of the shortstop Bose into right field. It's an RBI single for Nick Sebastiani, and the Stompers, just like we alluded to, have cut that lead in half. And Nick Sebastiani's coming around at the plate just in the nick of time for Sonoma. An all-CCL North player last year, got off to an abysmal start to the season, but he's really swinging it here the last couple days.
And you said it there, just in the nick of time.
Oh, because that's his name. That is good.
Started slow, but a great week, really, and just continuing to come up in big moments. Had the sac bunt in the 9th last night, and then an RBI single there.
Sebastiani leads off first base, doesn't run, and it's called strike just at the knees. Nick is 2 for 4 in stolen base attempts. 50% is great if that's your average, but not if that's your stolen base percentage. And he dives back to the bag. You talked about Braden Gantz not checking over. Quinn Robertson very active with his back pick move so far today. 4-2. A lot of offense here in the early going. Shannon lines that one down the left field line. Villa goes over to cut it off. It takes a high hop, and Nick Sebastiani holds at second base. Back-to-back singles, and that flips it back to the top of the order for Gideon Hahn, and we talk about it again. A guy that didn't start very well offensively. That's probably the hardest hit baseball Shannon's hit all season long. 102 miles an hour off the bat of the right fielder.
And a heck of an athlete, a two-sport guy at Youngstown State. He's very lethal with the bat in his hands. We just haven't quite seen him there yet. Not comfortable in the box, but right here we're seeing very comfortable and does a lot of damage there.
2 on, 2 out. The Stompers have cut a 4-0 lead to a 4-2 deficit. The pitch, Hahn takes a called strike one. Maybe they are take till one. We haven't seen a first pitch swing since we've seen one this inning. It was Kieran Baker.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. It kind of depends on who you are. The lefties, I like it a little bit more because you have the left on right advantage, but the righties, if it's a good pitch swing.
0-1 coming to Hahn. That's sent towards left, but I think this one will find a glove. Villa reaches up and makes the catch. That ball had a little carry, but not enough. Quincy Villa just saved a couple of runs with a nice catch. Threw the glove up over his head, but the Stomps get a couple back on a couple hits, and they leave a couple as well. We head to the third inning. Menlo Park 4, Sonoma 2. You're watching the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Zach Pace goes to the bullpen early. Braden Gentz's day is done after 2 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, all earned, 1 walk, and 0 strikeouts. He turns the ball over to Patrick Richardson.
Yeah, Richardson has 1 CCL appearance. It came also a week ago. That was against the Seagulls. He went just 1 inning, gave up 4 runs, 2 of which earned on 3 hits. He walked 3, faced 9 batters in that inning. Not the ideal start, but a chance here. You get 2 back on the offensive side now. Go have a shutdown inning, something this team emphasizes a lot, and get the bats back out there. But you got to be clean, and you cannot walk a lot of batters because we've seen through 2 innings of this one that Menlo Park will be patient in the box.
Richardson, 6'4", 195 pounds. The righty from Newark pitches, and his first one's fouled back to the screen. 85 on that one from Richardson, who goes to ACU, not Romans Abilene Christian University, Arizona Christian University. The 0-1 coming from Richardson. He's facing the cleanup man, Dane Most, and it's lined back up the middle for a base hit, 94 miles an hour off the bat of Most, who's aboard for the 2nd time today. And that's now every inning the leadoff man's reached.
That's winning baseball from Menlo Park. If you can get the first guy on, you have a really high probability of getting him at least into scoring position, if not all the way home.
James Bowes, the right-handed hitting shortstop out of LMU, hit a couple home runs, pulled both of them down the left field line. He flew out in his first at-bat, and he takes a changeup that misses low. It's 1-0. That one came in at 77. Richardson works off the first base side of the rubber and delivers outside. The extreme first base side of the rubber, and he doesn't. It's not like he's stepping towards the middle. He's just working straight down the right side of the hill. Legends have been aggressive on the bases early. Richardson pitches. Outside corner called strike. Good frame job from Esteban Sepulveda. Received the ball very well on that one. And the count's 2 balls and 1 strike. Stompers middle infield shaded for 2. Paul Lazul holds the runner on at first and receives the pickoff but won't even apply a tag.
And to briefly go back to his kind of mound alignment, there's not a ton of consistency. It's a lot of just guys' comfort levels there. Typically, a guy who doesn't want his full foot in the divot that's made through the game pitches more on the first base side.
Bose, it's a high pop-up out of play. And the count's even at 2-2. Bose a $129 at Loyola Marymount with 5 extra base hits. He had 2 extra base hits in yesterday's game alone. He added a walk as well. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Richardson, the new man out of the bullpen. Sets and fires. Bose sends this one to center field. Baker cruising back. He's under it and now makes the catch coming towards the infield. A couple chances for Baker out in center. Both of them have come courtesy of James Bose. There's one away. That brings up Blake Cowens. 0 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout. He walked and scored in the second. Richardson's first pitch is low at 86. 1 ball and no strikes. Richardson played at Umpqua Community College for 2 seasons. Didn't get any run last year. He's back to work at Arizona Christian this fall. 1-0. Grounded to third. Handren takes a nasty high hop, throws to first. A nice stretch from Paul Lazul. It looked like it could have been 2 for a second, but again, that's a veteran play from Max Handren. A lot of guys would have tried to turn that double play. He made a nice recovery to field a tough hop off the lip and then took a second through the first, got the out there. To second base goes Most, the putout goes 5-3. And now there's 2 away for Russell Filter, who put down a sacrifice bunt in his first trip.
And the typical third base approach with a double play available is if it's a ball to his left, he can try to go 2, but a ball like that even took a nasty hop, you just got to go 1.
First one misses high and tight, especially a lefty third baseman like that. If it's to the glove side, his momentum's already going towards second. No need for a transfer. 1-0. Runner at second base, that's Most. Not running. Richardson pitches in there for a called strike, 1-1. Slider, 78 miles an hour. Buckles the knees of Russell Filter, who went 0 for 9 at Santa Clara University last year. That was a good year, though, for the Broncos. 1-1. Low outside, same pitch, but this one misses. It's 2-1. Mostov second, he singled, moved to second on a ground ball. The 2-1 misses inside. Now it's 3-1. Austin Robago, who singled his first trip, is on deck. The pitch. In there for a called strike.
And it's bold to go off speed with a 3-ball count, but an excellent one there that puts us at 3-2.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as a fastball count in baseball anymore. The analytics tell you what pitch to throw, and that's what you do. The payoff is low. That kicks away from Sepulveda up the third baseline, and to first base goes Russell Filter, who flipped his bat towards the dugout and almost tripped up Sepulveda. The ball kicked away. It's not a clean baseball play from Russell Filter at all. All but threw the bat at Sepulveda. He was heading there to try and pick it up. Runners at the corners now for Austin Robago, right on left. Wouldn't be surprised if Filter runs, especially in a first and third situation. He doesn't, and the pitch misses high and inside.
And you always have the interesting kind of gamble is if you throw to second with 2 outs, you might get the out and the inning and the threat, or if you don't get him there, chances are the run came home from third.
Runner doesn't go, and the pitch kicks past Sepulveda, and the Legends will get a run back. They extend the lead to 5-2.
You can't have that with 2 outs and a runner at third base.
Another worry that it's now 2 balls and no strikes. Rabago hitters count, looking to pick up a 2-out RBI. The pitch is high 3-0. 20 pitches in the inning for Patrick Richardson. Has to get one over here on 3-0. Goes to the fastball and gets it, 87. Landry hitless in the series on deck. The pitch is low, ball 4. That's back-to-back walks from Richardson, and that brings in the 9-hitter Isaiah Landry. Landry heading to USF out of the portal in the fall. Looking to pick up a knock here for Menlo Park. The pitch is high 1-0. The 1-0, Landry lines it. Hahn places it on a hop, his only throws to second. It kicks away from Sebastiani, and the run will score. I think it should go as a single plus an E6. Because if Hahn holds on to that baseball, its base is loaded. He doesn't have a shot at the speedy Landry either way with the full crossbody throw. I'm scoring it as a single for Landry, but no RBI. That's going to score on Hahn's throw to second base.
Yeah, so like that typically goes as a single, but then he had the chance at second base. Was it hit a little bit harder? He could have gone to third, but just no play.
The first one to the leadoff man, Villa, is popped up. Lazul makes the catch, but the Legends get the 2 runs right back. It's runs in the first 3 for the visitors. They lead 6-2 as we head to the bottom of the third. Max Handren leads off for Sonoma, looking to get the bats going again. They got 2 in the bottom of the second inning, but gave the 2 right back. They trail this one 6-2. Handren will be followed by Sepulveda and Libby, 2-3-4. The pitch. Handren cranks one deep down the right field line. You can call it strike number 1. Handren demolished that baseball, but it ended up like a couple feet wide of the foul pole. It wasn't as close as maybe we hoped. The 1-1 now is outside 2-1. But all we've really seen from Handren is that nice opposite field swing. Yeah, that shows you why he hit 9 home runs at Berkeley. When he gets a hold of one, it goes. He hasn't gotten one to get a hold of on the next 2, or well off the corner 3-1. Stompers need base runners, and Handren does that very well. 3-1, right on left, Robertson to Handren, and Max takes outside ball 4.
And after that foul ball, I'm not surprised you're just going to throw him balls. You don't want to put one over the zone right there.
Esteban Sepulveda struck out his first time. Sepulveda had a 2-double home run, 4 RBI game on Thursday, and he went 0 for 5 yesterday. So, Jekyll and Hyde performance from the Stomper backstop over the last few nights. He takes a big swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Sepulveda now has 5 walks and 5 strikeouts on the season. That's a nice walk to strikeout ratio. 0-1. Hit him. And the Stompers threatening first and second. Nobody out for McCann Libby. Libby 1 for 4 yesterday, but the team leader, 9 runs batted in. This is the guy you want up with a runner in scoring position.
Well, it's very similar to what we saw in the second inning. 2 free passes started, and the Stompers have some life.
Yeah, but those 2 free passes came with 1 out. This is the dream situation. First and second, nobody out. Libby, Pulowski, Lazul's turn to try and do some damage. But first baseman Robbins behind the runner. The shortstop Bose 1 step over up the middle, trying to keep Handren close. Libby bunts, and a beauty up the first baseline. The catcher, Robertson, throws to the second baseman, Rabaga. The putout goes 1-4, but it goes down as a successful sacrifice bunt. And second and third base now for Connor Pulowski.
And that's just a selfless play there. You say that with every sack bunt, but a guy who leads the team in RBIs, you expect him to go up there and try to hit one over the fence, but even a double in the gap. But instead just puts down a sack bunt, does the team first move, and now you got 2 in scoring position with 1 out.
Yeah, you don't usually see someone tied for the team lead in home runs drop down a bunt. Pulowski takes inside 1-0. It's 1. He's tied with the team lead with 1. Stompers don't need to hit the ball over the wall to win games, as they proved yesterday. The 1-0 to Pulowski is low. 2-0. They just need this guy right here. Pulowski drove in 3 runs yesterday, including the walk-off winner in the 9th. 2-0, hitters count. Pulowski takes inside 3-0. Another pitch that misses will load up the bases for Paul Lazul. I know he had a great night last night. There's no way he has the green light, right?
I think if you have a good pitch, you take it.
He gets 82 at the knees. That's not a 3-0 swing, no matter the situation. It's 3-1. It's a perfectly placed fastball in any count. Pulowski still out in front, 3 balls and 1 strike. He lines this one back, fella. That's the one you attack. 83, outer third. So from 3-0 to 3-2, good battle from Quinn Robertson. Handren's at third, Sepulveda's at second with 1 out. The Stompers looking to get back in the ball game. Pulowski takes low ball 4. The bases are loaded with 1 out for Paul Lazul. Two walks today for Pulowski. Maybe the Legends took the scouting report from yesterday. Well, and they'll have a mound visit before Lazul's trip.
And you love the walk there, but it does kind of erase the McCann-Libby sack bunt, which small ball is small ball. You can't see the future, so that's a good at-bat for Pulowski and just a great start to this one with the 4th walk from Robertson.
Well, that was Nick Sanziri, and he makes the call to the bullpen. We'll tell you all about the new arm when we come back. Break in the action, pitching change. The Stompers trailing 6-2, but the bases are loaded with 1 out. Paul Lazul faces a new arm that we'll tell you all about on the other side. Dylan Trammell's the new arm for Menlo Park, and he's making his 4th appearance already in CCL action. He's given up 6 earned runs over 5 2/3 with 5 walks and 5 strikeouts. No room to work with. He comes into a bases-loaded situation with 1 out, and he faces Paul Lazul. It's outside. 1-0. No place to put Lazul. Bases loaded, 1 out in the 3rd. But both offenses have been swinging it. It's 6-2. The visitors have the lead. Lazul fouls it down the 3rd baseline, 1-1, right off the end of the bat of the lefty out of Monterey Peninsula. Trammell plays his college ball at Solano Junior College. Benicia High School, Benicia kid, stands 6'1", 185 pounds. All starts for Solano. He's coming out of a bullpen here, 2-1, and that's got to be tough. You're a guy that's used to A, having your starter routine, and B, coming into first innings of games where there's obviously no one on base. Here, it's bases loaded. His 2-1, Lazul fouls it off the other way again. The count's 2-2, but he could come in and do a job here. You need to limit the damage as best you can.
Well, and oftentimes with starters, you hear first pitch strike, first man out to start your appearance, and that mindset right here works really well. So maybe that's Trammell's, maybe it's not, but he needs it.
2-2. Lazul sends this one to left field. Chasing back is Villa. Cutting towards the line, he makes the catch. Tagging from third is Handren. The throw is cut off. It's a sac fly for Paul Lazul, and the Stompers inch closer. It's 6-3. We saw him go the opposite way, really, on all those swings. All the foul balls were down the third base line. Then he puts one in play. It's a sac fly and an RBI for Lazul, his second ribby of the campaign. And it's 6-3. Kieran Baker's the tying run.
And that's a good approach and a job well done from Lazul. You got to get one at least with just one out and the bases loaded.
Baker swung first pitch last time up. This time he takes and it skips right to the backstop, and the runners move up 90 feet. And there you credit Legends fielding, right? Because if that throw comes home to try and get Handren, Sepulveda would have tagged and gone to third and then scored on that. Instead, the free bases are taken on the first one that skips past Cowens. Nothing he can do. But a base hit to the outfield gets 2 for Sonoma. Baker takes outside corner, called strike. Legends have been defensively sound through now a game in just about 3 innings. The pitch to Baker is at the knees for a called strike at 87. Nice pitch. I think you come in bases loaded, 1 out, you give up a run, you're happy with that.
Very much so. This is a job very well done by Trammell if he gets out of it.
Baker swings and misses, and he does just that. So the Stompers get 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and a sac fly. That yields just 1 run, and they leave 2. We head to the 4th. Roman Raffelli takes over on play-by-play. The Legends doubling up the Stompers 6-3 on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
The top of the 4th brings up TJ Schmalzel, Will Robbins, and Dane Most for the Legends, who have a 6-3 lead through just 3 innings. Richardson for his second inning of work on the bump. He misses high first pitch fastball. Schmozzle, a single and an RBI ground out so far today. Hits this one right back up the middle for a line drive single, first bounce just into the outfield grass. Leadoff runner aboard for the fourth consecutive inning to start this game. That's winning baseball for the Menlo Park Legends. That brings up Will Robbins, who's 0 for 2 today. He was 1 for 4 last night. A slow start to his 4-game weekend. And hits this one right back up the middle. Another single in that exact spot. We've seen about 3 or 4 there from Menlo Park this evening. They check back as he rounded second, not a tag play. So first and second quickly, no outs in the fourth. Brings up Dane Most, the DH, hitting in the 4-hole.
Now batting, number 9, Dane Most.
Most was 2 for 4 last night. He reached on an error in the first. He singled in the third and scored after that single. Now has 2 on with no outs. First pitch, he sees an off-speed pitch on the front door for strike 1. Richardson comes, set at the belt. Pitch chopped, fouled on the third base line. I believe it hit home plate or in the box.
The home plate umpire, Eric Gurney, was playing that like it didn't hit home plate. I feel like that's like the 4th time this season where we've seen those balls that seem clearly foul or fouled off home plate to us just let drift into the field of play, and none of them have gone Sonoma's way.
So it's 0-2 to Most. A strikeout would be big here. The 0-2 delivery, foul down the first base line. There might be a play for Lazul. It lands in the Stompers' bullpen. It's the top of the 4th. It was 73 at first pitch. It's now down into the 60s. The sun slowly setting. Pitcher in the sunlight, shade scattered through the infield. And an 0-2 to Dane Most. Runners go, the pitch, broken bat, stays on the infield. Here, Han's gonna have to make a heck of a play here. He's gonna eat it. A wise play there. Now bases loaded. 3 singles to start the inning.
And you do your job there. You jam him in on the hands. Get your Friedman's broken bat, but this one results in a single.
And certainly not who you want at the plate. He's flown out twice today, but yesterday had 2 home runs. It's James Bowes. Another right-on-right matchup. First pitch hit hard into the left center gap. That'll be at least a single there. Baker gets to it. It'll be extra bases for Bowes as 3 runs coming in to score. The throw to the plate. In time. The Stompers get one there, but it's a 2 RBI double for James Bowes.
Yeah, Bowes continues to torch the Stompers over these 2 games. Cranked that one into the gap. Baker knocks it down. But if he fields that cleanly, I think 2 runs still score. Maybe in the long run it helps you. You get the out, but
Number 5, Blake Collins.
we've been all over Richardson in this second inning of work.
4 to the plate and 4 balls into play. 3 singles and a double. The put out goes 7-2. I believe Baker had a play on it, but great hustle from Nick Sebastiani to be there in case Baker struggled with it. He did save a run there. That pitch hit right at McCann. Libby's going to field it, throw to first for the second out. Bose moves to third.
Now batting, third base, number 36, Russell Filter.
That brings up Russell Filter, who is got a walk and a sac bunt today. He scored after the walk in the third. And we've had a leadoff runner on in 4 innings for the Legends. First pitch fouled back to the net. And all 4 of those have scored, and there's been at least one to follow in every inning. The Legends have put up 2 through 4 frames in each of the 4 frames. The 0-1 fouled back again, now 0-2. Richardson looking to leave one at third. Comes set at the belt, winds and deals, misses outside, now 1-2. The 1-2 misses inside, now even 22. A patient approach from Filter. He already has a walk. We're looking to work a count here. 2-2. Hit down the right field line. Fielded by Lazul. Tossed to Richardson in time at first base. 2 come across to score for the Legends in the inning, but Richardson leaves one on. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Legends with a 5-run lead. The Stompers looking to chip away at a 5-run deficit. It'll be Nick Sebastiani Brady Shannon
Number 6, Nick
and
Sebastian.
Gideon Hahn due up in the inning. Sebastiani stands in. He's singled and drove in a pair his first AB. Watches ball 1 in the dirt. The 1-0 misses outside. Now 2-0. Dylan Trammell in his second inning of work. He came in for Quinn Robertson, who got the start and was smooth sailing for a while, but then let the walks get the best of him. Now 3-0 to Sebastiani.
Got 10 hits for Menlo Park. That's the issue. They're putting the ball in play and beating the Stompers that way.
The 3-0 misses in the dirt. 4 non-competitive pitches to start the inning, and that feels eerily similar to what we've seen the last 2.
Now batting, right fielder number 37, Brady Shannon.
So it's the first walk for Trammell. It's the 5th for Menlo Park pitching, and it brings up Brady Shannon, who also had a single but was left at first base in that second inning. First pitch to Shannon misses outside.
5 straight out of the zone.
And none really close. They're going to have a bit of a mound visit here between Cowens and Trammell. That Brady Shannon single hit triple digits on the exit velo. He hit it hard on the third base line. A ball that had it travel a little bit further in the air. Could have been extra bases and potentially scored Sebastiani, but some good defense by Villa. A great hustle play. Left it just 90 feet.
Lefty up and loosening for Menlo Park down in the bullpen.
The 1-0 in for a strike. Evens count at 1-1.
Good mound visit. Your pitcher's missed with 5 straight. You go talk to him and he puts one in the zone.
Now 1-1. Hit hard into the 5-6 hole. Diving play can't be made. Sebastiani moves to second. It's the second single for Shannon on the night, and it's 2 on with no outs.
Yeah, he came into today with 3 hits. He has 2 in the first 4 innings.
Now they'll roll the order to the top. Gideon Hahn, who is 0 for 2 on the day, with Max Handren, who's been on once on deck.
Stompers have been in first and second no-out situations, and they've bunted both times. And
the infield comes in, and a bunt is shown by Hahn, pulled back on the ball.
but Legends coaching staff clearly noticed that Robbins was playing in front of Shannon before even that bunt attempt.
Hahn takes a strike, didn't show there, looked like he was going to swing.
Let him fly.
Hahn was very good in non-CCL play, just 1 for 6 in CCL play. Puts it back down right at the pitcher here. They might try to go, they'll just go 1, and he spikes the throw. It goes to the second baseman who was there. Not the ideal play in any way. Now a infield single. Error on the pitcher there. You threw it to the wrong person.
I think that's sort of on the, you're supposed to back him up there. He set up like sort of he was the first base, and they were just standing right next to each other in the same spot, and Trammell threw it to the wrong guy. The Stompers are in this ball game. Base runners on every inning. Now would be a good time. And your guy, the guy you brought in to be the horse, to be the ringer, is up in a spot where anything does it. You want to walk Max Handren? Sure. Stompers will take the run and reload the bases. You want to put one in the zone? We saw what happened the one time they tried that, his last at-bat. He was 2.5 feet wide of the foul pole on a ball that probably went 400.
We'll see what they do with the new arm when we come back here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. We're back in a bases loaded moment brought to you by Friedman's Home Improvement. Friedman's is loaded with all the home improvement needs you might have. Friedman's, if they don't have it, you don't need it. And it's who the Stompers need at the plate in Max Handren. The new pitcher is Fareed Ahmed out of UC Riverside.
Ahmed, no CCL stats so far on the point streak.
First pitch misses outside to Handren. It's a left-on-left matchup here, and Ahmed pitches from kind of a casty sidearm spot. Steps more towards first base than home, really, in his delivery. That one fouled back from Handren, 1-1, and fortunately for Handren, he has an open stance, so he gets a bit of a better view of the ball coming into the zone here.
Ahmed 3 shutout innings at Riverside last year.
The 1-1 hit high and mid-depth to left. It looks like Sebastiani will tag. The catch is made by Villa. They'll throw to third, who third baseman not paying attention. So run scores, runners stay at first and second. It's now 8-4. A productive sac fly from Max Handren the other way scores a run there. And it brings up Esteban Sepulveda.
Bases loaded, nobody out. You've gotten 1 in. You need to get at least 2 in.
Maybe left on right to Sepulveda. First pitch in the dirt. Runners are going to go. They're going to throw to second. He got under the tag. A high throw. Forced the second baseman to jump up and grab it, but they had Hahn dead to rights. He hesitated on the ball in the dirt. Shannon moved up pretty much instantly, but both are safe. Now second and third, just one out. A big moment here for Esteban Sepulveda. He fouls this one back, now 1-1.
But you're less likely to go to the breaking ball here if you're Fareed Ahmed, because if anything gets by you, that's another Stomper run.
You got to be hunting fastball if you're at the dish. The 1-1 misses outside. 2-1 at hitter's count.
Sepulveda in a battle, 2-1. The one time he swung was a hard foul back to the screen. Libby, we've said it, the RBI leader on deck.
Ahmed comes set, deals, swing and a miss from Sepulveda. Got him with an outside off-speed pitch. A nice spot there. Evens the count at 2-2. Ahmed comes set, delivers, and it's popped up. Shallow right field. Robbins under it, makes the grab in a no tag up situation. Now 2 outs, 2 in scoring position for McCann Libby.
49, McCann Libby.
Libby flew out in the second and put down a sac bunt in the third. Looking to add to his team leading RBI total this at bat. First pitch misses outside.
Would be a nice time for one to get by the catcher and just get the Stompers ever closer.
The 1-0 to Libby misses outside again, 2-0.
First base open, and the legend killer, Connor Pulowski, on deck. They wanted no part of him today. I think you come into the zone here to Libby.
2-0 to the Frisco native, in for a strike.
Good pitch, comes back, finds the corner.
Now 2-1 with 2 on. Pitch misses outside. Now 3-1. You have an open bag at first base. The matchup won't change. The righty on deck. Three-one. Swung on and missed. Got him with an off speed. Now full. The open base opened up the opportunity for an off speed. He threw it 3-1. We'll see the payoff pitch. Misses and hits Libby on the shoulder. It'll load the bases for Connor Pulowski.
Stompers have left 2 runners on base the last 2 innings. Pulowski trying to clean that up and, in an ideal situation, clear him.
Pulowski, a pair of walks today. He would love one here. He wouldn't love it as much as a hit, but a walk scores a run. It's 8-4 in favor of the Legends. The first pitch misses outside. I believe every first pitch we've seen from Ahmed has been in about that same spot. One 0 to Pulowski. Misses outside again, about halfway through that left-handed batter's box. It's not particularly tempting as a right-handed batter, but he's been able to work back into the zone and get out. The 2-0 in there for a strike.
He thrown more balls than strikes this outing coming into that pitch. I like the take. Make him throw you multiple strikes in the zone.
The 2-1 misses outside. A nice squeeze from Cowens. Now 3-1. Shannon on first. He on third. He singled. Gideon Hahn on second. He reached on the air, and Libby was hit by a pitch. He stands on first. The 3-1 hit foul down the right field line.
Way out in front on a 3-1 hack. But fouled it off. That's fine. It's not in play. That's what the coaching staff likes. You have to take an A swing on 3-1. That was an A swing. It was started an A swing and turned into a protect swing. Let's face a payoff. Runners running. Everywhere. Carousel's really going.
They'll be in motion. The 3-2, 2 outs. Fouled back.
Get your cardio in.
And another look for Pulowski, who's been very patient at the plate. The hero last night, looking to put his team closer here. Stompers down 4 through 4. The 3-2 misses high. It's ball 4 to Pulowski, his third of the game. This time he gets an RBI.
Yeah, Pulowski, 4 RBIs now in the last game and a half. He's all over these Legends. Back to the mound goes Nick Sanzir. Is he taking the ball? You have 30 arms, and he's going to go to another one.
He'll make another change, and we're seeing Connor Pulowski get a bit of the Trent Keys treatment. Free pass after free pass. Those two know how to find their way aboard. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher, hoping to do the opposite of that here in the fourth when we come back in Sonoma. We're back at Arnold. Roman Raffelli, Kieran Costa here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. It's another bases loaded situation here for Paul Lazul, and the new arm is Evan Mole.
Evan Mole, 6'4", 220-pound junior out of University of the Pacific. Hails from Colorado, just like you, Roman, but he's from Boulder. Went to Flatirons Academy, if that rings any bells. He gave up 8 earned runs in 7 2/3 inning for the Tigers.
He'll face the lefty Lazul with the bases loaded. The first pitch swung on and missed. Interesting baseball stat here. If Lazul were to hit a home run, the runs that would score would be charged to 3 different pitchers. 1 to Mole, a couple to Ahmed, and 1 to Trammell still. Mole comes set, delivers, fouled back, now ahead of Lazul 0-2.
Now you really have to battle if you're Paul Lazul.
And a lot of leverage goes to Evan Mole here. It's left on left. You have all the off-speed advantage, and you've got 3 pitches to burn. The 0-2. Hit hard on the first base line, just foul. About a foot outside the bag. That would have done a lot of damage.
Tied it. I think it would have tied it with everybody running on contact.
It's Hahn at third, Libby at second, and Pulowski at first. 8-5 in favor of Menlo Park. Mole comes set, delivers, and it's a high pop-up just behind second base. Coming on to make the catch is Schmozel. He will secure it. The Stompers get 2 back, but leave 3 on. All of that on just 1 hit. We'll head to the 5th here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Richardson returns to the bump. He'll have Rabago, Landry, and Villa, the 8-9-1 due up. First pitch in for a strike. Rabago been on twice, a single. He scored off that one. He walked second AB and was left at second base. It's left on right. Richardson has the inning, no motion in the pen so far. One and one, the count. Richardson gets a foul ball on the third base line. Hendren going to the fence, but won't have a play. Lands in the Flybird Margarita zone there on the third base line.
Yeah, if Kenny Mimersdorf is watching along, hopefully you're not, and enjoy your wedding week, Coach. But I know you love your shutdown innings from the pitchers. They are 0 for 2 today.
You would love the first here, trying to get the bats back out. Still a 3-run deficit. Pitch misses in the dirt now, 2-2.
Yeah, Richardson's given up a couple runs in both his innings and somehow even limited the damage in both of them.
That one got a piece of Sepulveda. You mentioned the shutdown innings. We haven't had a scoreless frame since the Stompers half of the first. It was 3 in the top of the second, 2 in the bottom, 2 in the top of the third, 1 in the bottom, and then 2 apiece in the fourth. The count 2-2. Richardson looking for the first scoreless frame for Stomper pitching. The 2-2 misses outside.
All right, sweatshirt of the day says, I was born to be awesome, not perfect. That's right.
Now a full count, Richardson to Rabago. The pitch hit hard just under the glove. Libby fields it, throws on the run, and it comes down the first base line. There'll be an error charge to Libby, and the leadoff runner is aboard for the 5th time tonight.
And he's on second base because it kicked into the Stomper dugout.
So a play that went from nearly good to bad to worse. Runner in scoring position to lead off the inning. Still no motion in the, correction, there is motion in the Stomper bullpen.
Yeah, I think that turns into a 2-base throwing error on McCann Libby.
And it's a tough play. You're going away from your targets. You have to drop the arm to throw it, but probably one you either try to plant the back foot and throw or just eat it. Now the pitch first inside to Landry, who's 1 for 2 on the night. He popped out to third and singled. The 1-0. Shows bunt, puts it down the third base line, but goes foul. A heads-up play there to try to have an infield single, but is not successful. Eight runs on 10 hits for the Legends. Just 1 extra base hit. They've small balled their way to 8 through 4. It's 1-1 to Landry. Dancing off second is Rabago. Richardson looks back and comes home. Nearly hit Landry. He got out of the way. Misses in 2-1. The 2-1 misses outside. A nice snag from Sepulveda. That one was headed for the backstop. Leaves the runner at second. 3-1. The 3-1 from Richardson. Hit hard into left field. That's a line drive that will get to the wall. Rabago will score the throw into second place. The tag in time to get Rabago. And a hustle play from Sebastiani. A great throw. Tag successfully put down by Libby, and it scores 1, but they get an out.
Number 3, Quincy
order rolls over to the top. Quincy via up. He's singled twice, scored after both, and he also popped out to first. That play there, it's a single, scores run, and then a 7-4 put out. An interesting choice there from Landry. I mean, he hit the ball hard and far, but an interesting choice to run. The 1-0 squares to bunt, doesn't offer. Now 2-0.
The Stompers are somehow still hanging around this game, as they're now 0 for 3 in their shutdown innings. Or what would be shutdown innings.
That one's in for a strike. They're also out hit by 7 hits, but just outscored by 4. They've also committed 2 more errors than the Legends. A big swing there. Now 2-1. 2-2 the count. The pitch in there for a strike. Quincy did not like the call, thought it was a bit outside, and it's the first out of the fourth, excuse me, second out of the fourth, but the first strikeout by Stomper pitching.
Now batting, center fielder number 30.
I mean, it's a hit number that jumps out at you. 11 to 3. And now that's 3 days in a row where the Stompers have committed 3 or more errors.
Now TJ Schmalz in the box. He fouls off the first pitch he sees. Richardson comes set 0-1. In for a strike. Looking to limit the damage to just 1 in the 5th, and we'll head to the bottom half where your final opportunity to enter our giveaway on the broadcast. Guess the final score, and the closest gets a signed baseball by your favorite Stomper. The 0-2 in the dirt.
You can't choose Roman Raffelli, though. I mean, if I got the final score right, I'd want a signed autograph by you, but I think we're going to go players only for this one. Maybe next game.
You'll have to stick around and see the next home game, I believe next Thursday.
Yeah.
We'll be back at Arnold. The 1-2. Hit high and semi-deep to center. Kieran Baker with a beat. He makes the grab. 1 comes across the score on 1 hit and an error in the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. The bottom of the fifth, the last opportunity for you to enter our giveaway here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffelli and Kieran Costa on the call. Kieran Baker, Nick Sebastiani, and Brady Shannon due up on the lineup. Baker 0 for 2 on the day, a ground out and a strikeout. Looking to get the Stompers started in the fifth. First pitch in the dirt for a ball.
Yeah, Stompers need to stay patient. They've done a good job. They've drawn their walks. They have 6 walks and 2 hit by pitches. The problem is, very similar to last night, they left 11. They've left 7 in the last 3 innings.
A big swing from Baker, not on time.
Early, right on 82? That's what it looked like. Not a lot of velocity coming from Maul, but that was challenge. That was the 82 inner third of the zone.
The southpaw gotten out to end the inning with 3 on. This one hit softly into right center field. It gets down for a lead-off single, something that we have yet to see a leadoff hit, but a pair of leadoff walks the last 2 innings resulted in runs. The Stompers looking for another here with Nick Sebastiani coming up to the plate.
Yeah, that's now every Stomper has reached base, and 8 of the 9 have reached base in a way that helps your on-base percentage. Gideon Hahn reached on an error.
Sebastiani up. He's got a single and a walk. He's been on twice. They go back. Baker saw it pretty early, and home plate says it's a balk, so he'll move to second base. And the Legend coaching staff disagrees.
Shock.
And he's quickly waved off by Eric Gurry, saying you can't challenge that, but now Mole is going to have a conversation with Dean Poteet behind the plate. It's tough to tell from our angle, but it looked like he might have started to come home. It's the fine line that lefty pitchers have to run, where you want to be as convincing as possible without starting too home. He'll be left on second base, no outs. Now runner in scoring position for Nick Sebastiani. Mole gives a look back and comes home. This one hit high and deep to left field. It's out of here. A 2-run shot for Nick Sebastiani. The balk doesn't even matter. Call it or don't. It's 2 runs on the board with no outs. And it's 9-7 here at Arnold.
He's coming around. The local product who was red hot to end last season has found his stride this weekend.
The 2-run line drive to left. An exit velo of 99 puts the Stompers back on the board and within 2 for Brady Shannon at the plate.
Yeah, have yourself a day, Nick Sebastiani. You've been on base 3 times. You have a single, a walk, a homer, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. How about that?
First pitch to Shannon, misses high and out. Motion in the Legend bullpen.
Keep him going. Brady coming around at the dish as well, a couple of singles.
He scored on the second of his night. That one in for a strike.
There's been one shutdown inning, right? Because the shutdown inning goes both ways, even when you have a lead. There's been offense galore.
A big hack from Shannon on the off speed. He was early. Now 1-2. That lone shutout inning was the first for Quinn Roberts in the bottom of the first. It was a 1-2-3 inning. I believe the only one of those we've had today.
There's been a run in every other half frame.
The 1-2 swung on and missed. He went back to the off speed, left it on the outside corner. A really tough pitch to see from the south side, and Shannon is retired.
This is the second strikeout for Menlo Park pitching.
It's the second strikeout for that side, and the third of the game. I think the lowest we've seen all season long, through 4 1/3. Brings up Gideon Hahn, the lefty. watches strike one. It's been a high-scoring one here. Don't forget to leave a comment with your score prediction. The 0-1 hit high and deep to left field, but dies in the glove of Schmazel. Now 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth, excuse me. That brings up Max Hendren. He's got a flyout, a walk, and a sac fly tonight. He entered today 2 for 5 in a Stomper uniform. That came in his debut yesterday. First pitch he sees misses low. Now 1-0 to Hendren. Hit high to left field, but is caught by Villa. The Stompers get 2 on a 2-run shot from Nick Sebastiani. We head to the 6th, 9-7 in favor of the Legends. Top of the 6th in Arnold, Luke Duncan on the bump, the 3rd pitcher for the Stompers.
Yeah, Duncan now making his 2nd league appearance, a 2-way guy catcher out of Los Medanos, and watch out for the fastball that tops out at 95. The problem is he struggles with the command a little bit.
First pitch in for a strike in 93. Duncan caught the first game against Alameda this week. That was on Wednesday. Now on the bump. 0-1. Just high. 94 there.
Yeah, Duncan, a catcher when he's not pitching, and he was getting beat up on the dish, but he took a foul ball off his throwing hand, which was a little worrying in the moment, but he seems to be just fine. The command, but velocity where it always is.
Misses there, 2-1. The command. Always the question, especially with power arms out of the pen.
Yeah, he really struggled in his out-of-league outing. He threw a shutout inning with a strikeout and a walk in his league debut.
That one cut on and missed. Now 2-2. Duncan got the sign but stepped off. Now gets it and comes set. The 2-2 misses outside.
Stompers finally won an inning in that fifth. They finally got the run back and matched it.
Climbed within 2, still being out hit by 6. Only fastballs from Duncan so far. The payoff pitch. Strike 3, cut on high, and missed. That one clocks in at 95, well above the zone, but he challenged him with the high heat, and Robbins is retired.
Now batting, number 9,
Brings up Dane Most, who's had a productive day, reached on an error in the first and singled twice. He was thrown out at the dish on a 7-2 putout in the fourth. First pitch from Duncan misses just low, not squeezed by Sepulveda.
Yeah, that's the first slider we've seen from him after going with 6 fastballs against Robbins. He went first pitch slider, and it almost got the zone, said our TrackMan system, but crossed up with Sepulveda, went straight to the screen.
And a productive chat there just to get back on the same page. Behind in the count to Robbins, went 1 for 4 last night. Excuse me, Most, who went 2 for 4 last night. The 1-0 hit hard to Hahn at short. He fields it, throws across in time. The first 2 up and the first 2 down for Luke Duncan.
Which is the first time because the leadoff man was aboard for the first 5 innings.
That'll bring up James Bowes, who was 2 for 3 last night. He hit 2 home runs to left. He's got a double and 2 flyouts tonight. The power bat meets the power arm here in the 6th. The first pitch, first off speed we've seen, but misses off the inside corner.
Yeah, he went all fastballs to the leadoff guy, then he started Dane Most off with a slider, and now he started James Bowes off with a slider. Interesting.
That one hits Bowes in the calf. It'll be a free base, and just as we thought we'd have our first 1-2-3 inning of the game, it's erased by a hit by pitch. Bowes aboard for Cohen's with 2 outs. He's been aboard once on a walk in the second. He scored. It was the leadoff in that inning. Of course, reaching base. First pitch, cut on, tipped into the glove, 0-1. Duncan gets a sign, takes a look. Bowes extends his leadoff. The delivery, cut on and missed high, now 0-2. Duncan looking to strand one at first. The Stompers looking for their second come-from-behind victory of the season. Now 0-2, foul down the right field line.
I like that slider. You went slider, fastball, back to the slider, and then you have to boom away high fastball. That's what he's already done twice.
The heater, the bread and butter for Duncan. Takes a look, the 0-2. Runner goes in the dirt, throw nearly hit Duncan. It looked like it slipped out of the hand of Sepulveda. A bit of a scary play there. Duncan gonna take a second to collect himself after he had to play dodgeball for a second there. Still 1-2. Cohen's. The 1-2 hit just fouled on the third base line. A good battle here from Cowens. The 1-2 chopped into the 5-6 hole. Handren across the diamond in time. The run strained the first scoreless frame from Sonoma pitching. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth. 9-7 on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. We're back for the bottom of the sixth. It's Sepulveda, Libby, Pulowski.
Let's get him back. Gotten runs. You've gotten 2 runs the last 2 innings. That would draw you level.
First pitch in for a strike. Duncan got the first shutdown inning of the ball game. Stompers looking to add 0-1. Hit very high into shallow center field. Center fielder comes on to make the grab. That's TJ Schmazel, now 1 gone in the inning. Brings up McCann Libby. He's been aboard once. That was a hit by pitch in the 4th. He put down a sac bunt in the 3rd and flew out in the 2nd. The lefty mole in the game once again. That one misses low.
Good call. And good take from McCann.
The 1-0 misses inside. Now 2-0 to Libby. comes set from the left. Deals to Libby in the right. Misses well outside. Now 3-0.
Base runners paramount for Sonoma. I know it's still the 6th inning, but just give yourselves as many cracks with the tying run at the plate as you can.
We've seen motion for about 3 outs now in the Legend bullpen. The 3-0 misses low. So it's a 4-pitch walk to start the inning in a part of the lineup that you don't want to not have control in. Seems like everyone through here has a free pass. It's the second walk for Mole since coming out of the pen. It brings up Connor Pulaski, who has 3 walks on the night. First pitch to Pulaski inside, 5 consecutive, missed the zone. Pulaski, the hero last night. 1-0, misses high, now 6 consecutive, missed the zone. We've given, well, some self-given trash talk from Kieran Costa that he can't do math late into the game. I fear it's spreading through the press box.
Well, analytics team next to us, they have to do math all the time. I would hope, or else that's a poor hire on my end.
The 2-0 misses in 3-0. It can spread to your right, just not to your left.
Only to my right.
3-0 to Pulaski. We're going to have a mound visit from Cowens. 7 consecutive balls to start the inning. And I was just saying the future when I misspoke initially was just a little bit ahead of the game.
Premonition, if you will.
Pulaski a ball away from his 4th of the evening. .30 catches the low third of the zone. Thank you for joining us here in Sonoma. Roman Raffelli and Kieran Costa. The 3-1 to Pulaski catches the outside edge. A nice frame from Cowens. Now the count's full.
That's a pitch that changes in that bat. It should be 2 on, 1 out. Instead, it's a 3-2, and if Maul can win this battle, it's a gift.
That one chopped foul. That one a gift to Maul. Really well inside, or on the inside corner at least. Pulaski fouled it back. A good swing there from Connor. You don't want to be rung up with a backwards K here. The 3-2, Libby goes, hit hard into left field, not squeezed, he gets past Villa. Libby's going to be waved home from Dave Hoke. He's going to score Pulaski into second. It's a 1-run ball game here at Arnold Field.
How about that for Connor Pulaski? We date back to the end of yesterday's game. He ended his last 3 at-bats, went single, walk, single. And I like the term picked up where you left off. How about walk, 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 double? He has 2 RBIs. He has 5 RBIs in the last 10 innings. How about that? 9 innings. Starting 6 innings yesterday to 6th inning today. That's 5 driven in. And Eric Gurney, the gift was actually Sonoma. Instead of a walk, they got a double.
It's a 9-8 ball game, though the Legends still out-hit the Stomps by 5. Pulaski on second, Lazul at the dish. He's got a walk, a sac fly, and a fly out. Hits this one off the end of the barrel. It'll move the runner to third. Lazul put out for 3.
But a lot of times you don't say that as a productive out in Major League Baseball because in MLB, runner at second with 2 outs, he's scoring anyway. It doesn't matter getting him to third. It's huge at Arnold Field getting him to third. Stompers score half their runs on wild pitches.
Glad you picked up what I was putting down there. 2 outs, not the ideal count for the Stompers, but a run just 90 feet or a pass ball away. Kieran Baker at the plate. Fouls back the first one he sees.
I would venture to guess Baker's the only one that swung first pitch twice today.
He's got a strikeout, a ground out, and a single. He scored on that single just last inning. Mole gets the sign, comes set at the numbers, 0-1 to Baker. Misses high, 1-1. Nick Sebastiani on deck. I don't think that's the matchup Mole would like again. He walked in the first time and then he let him send one to the left field oasis the second time. The 1-1. Hit high into center field, but caught. One comes across to score on a 1-out double from Connor Pulowski. It's a 1-run ball game as we head to the 7th where Kieran Costa takes over play-by-play the final 3 innings. Stay with us here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
Gavin Shaddix comes in to pinch hit against Luke Duncan, and he starts his 2nd inning of work with a fastball at 92. He comes in place of Russell Filter, who bunted, walked, and bounced out. We saw Shaddix yesterday. He goes around, and the count's 1-1. Gavin hit in the 8-hole yesterday, walked twice, reached on an error, and popped out. Leads off the 7th in what's now a 1-run ball game. Stompers just won't go away. 1-1 from Duncan is popped up a mile high down the third baseline. Handren and Duncan come together, and it drops. Luke Duncan, who's a catcher by trade, came flying off the mound, ready to make a play, but over in it. Maybe he should have pretended to throw off the mask, get him more comfortable in the pop-up situation. Either way, it's strike 2, and he'll aim for his 2nd strikeout ahead in the count against Shaddix, who's headed to Stephen F. Austin in the fall. The pitch is bounced right back to him. He fields, takes it halfway, and now makes an overhand little flip. Short-armed it and got him. That put out goes 1-3. So, a tough defensive play by the pitcher. He picks himself right back up, and that brings up Austin Robago.
Yeah, a bit of a kind of a dart throw from Duncan there, but a nice play.
That brings up Robago, a left-handed hitter. Singled, walked, and reached on an error, getting on base just about every way he can. And the first one goes to the screen. That's another first pitch that misses. That one was the fastball, though, 93. There's action in the Stomper bullpen. One 0 pitch coming. Robago hits it back foul to the screen, 1-1. Hendricks College, I think that's down in Arizona. He hit 345 in his 38 games. One ball, one strike, one out. The Legends lead 9-8 as we play in top of inning number 7. That one's lined back to the screen, strike 2. A couple fun ones here at Arnold Field. Stompers walked it off yesterday. I think if you ask Zach Pace, he'd say, let's score 5 in the 7th and win it without a bottom of the 9th. But still 3 innings to play out, and at this rate, there's going to be another 7 total runs or more. 1-2, Duncan ahead of Robago. Right on left. Isaiah Landry, who has a couple of singles, out on deck. The pitch, outside 2-2. Two coming from Luke Duncan out in his second inning of work, his first multi-inning outing we've seen from him, and he's now behind Austin Robago in a full count. Legends have scored in every inning but the 6th. The Stompers every inning but the 1st. And now a base runner for Menlo Park. A battle and a walk. A nice at-bat from Robago. Luke Duncan will now have to deal with Isaiah Landry with a runner at first. Landry popped out, singled, and then hit a ball that one-hopped the wall in left field and was thrown out at second base, 7-4. Stompers have made 2 outfield assists. There was a 7-6-2 throw out at the plate and then a 7-4 bullet from Sebastiani. The first one misses low to Landry, 1-0. No action in the Menlo Park bullpen, but they've been known to just send guys straight from the dugout without loosening them up. Runner doesn't go, and Landry's taking all the way. It's a called strike. 94, top of the zone. Landry will play for USF when the fall season begins. Here he swings and misses. That's the slider, and a good one. Landry out in front, 1-2. Gentz for 2, Richardson for 3. Duncan trying to get Zach Pace a second full inning. Robago short lead off first. Not running. The 1-2 to Landry is bounced towards second. Libby flips to second for 1. The relay is late. It's very hard to double up the speedy Isaiah Landry, who honestly was a full step in. And that flips the lineup back to the top in Quincy Villa.
Left fielder, number 3, Quincy Villa.
And a nice play there from Libby. It was hit pretty much right at him, but a nice little sidearm toss to second to get the lead runner.
My only thought to get the double play was tag and throw. And the Legends don't have a first base coach. Landry doesn't care. He just tossed his arm guard to the side, and Lucas Townsend, always the upstanding citizen, comes across to get it.
Just leaving
Getting his
his
steps in.
Just leaving his Landry down in the grass.
I see what you did there. Landry, laundry.
Laundry. Isaiah Landry. Just leaving it laying out.
Landry runs first pitch, squares the bunt. Sepulveda's throw is in time. It's the second time Landry has been caught on the base paths today. Sepulveda fired up. We'll see if the Stomps get the bats going. It's Sebastiani, Shannon, and Hahn when we come back for the last of the seventh. Time to stretch. Sonoma trails at 9-8. Nick Sebastiani, Brady Shannon, and Gideon Hahn are the three slated for the seventh inning. Sebastiani a single, a walk, and a home run. Shannon has a couple singles of his own. The bottom of Zach Pace's order continues to be effective. Sebastiani, he's deserved a first pitch swing. He got a curveball and bounced it foul down the third baseline. He'll have to do it from behind, 0-1. Oh, 1 to Nick. Swings and misses. Got the curve again, 0-2. Sebastiani didn't play for Santa Rosa Junior College after being all CCL North here in Sonoma last year. And maybe he turns a corner and finds himself with some all-league honors again. The 0-2 is fouled back to the screen. Sped him up with the fastball, but it was fouled back. The left-hander Mull will deal with back-to-back righties, and then a lefty Hahn at the top of the order. There's action in the pen. Sebastiani checks his swing on the third curveball of the at-bat. Counts 1-2. Sonoma, 8 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors. Menlo Park, 9 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. One, two. Sebastiani pops it foul into and over the Stomper bullpen, where there's been action for a lot of the evening, but not right now. That either means the next reliever's ready or Luke Duncan for a third inning of work.
He's put up 2 scoreless frames. I'd give him the ball back.
The first 2 scoreless frames from Sonoma pitching. 1-2 coming to Sebastiani. Looking to get the tying run aboard. He takes below the zone. A curveball again. Counts 2-2. Nick just needs to get aboard, put the pressure on the Legend defense. The 2-2 struck him out swinging. Chases up and away. They retire Nick Sebastiani for the first time today. Second strikeout for Evan Mall. Now Brady Shannon gets his third look at things. Fourth look at things, but you're pardon, 2 singles and a K. Lefty on righty. Mole pitches to Shannon. Curveball called strike 1. 69 miles an hour. Even took something off what was already a slow curve. Stompers trail by 1. Bottom of inning number 7. 2-run ninth inning. Walked it off in game 1 of this series. Sonoma looking for more heroics in game 2. Shannon takes low 1-1. That was the fastball. Well, not throwing hard, but ineffective, especially this inning. Infield and outfield play Shannon straight away. The curveball stays high at 70. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Legend pitching starts the curveball high and tries to freeze you at the top of the zone. This one, though, Eric Ernie ruled just above the strike zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Lefty on righty. Mole sets at the belt and pitches to Shannon. Fouled straight back to the screen. Fastball 79. Shannon just a tad late. The count's 2-2. 41 pitches now for Evan Mole. Two. Shannon pops it up. Very shallow left center. Mole's down on the ground in pain as the ball's caught in left field by Villa, but the worry now is Evan Mole, who fell to the ground after the pitch, and Ali, who is the Stompers athletic trainer, immediately out of the dugout from the first base side, and Nick Sanziri immediately out from the third base side. Mole is still on the ground, now being helped up and aided off the field by Sanzari and the Stompers athletic staff. There was never a moment where there was even a conversation for him to stay in this ball game. Although he's walking by himself, maybe holding his arm. I thought for a second that it could have been a lower body injury.
He looks like he was initially holding his hamstring just above the knee, but now as he's walked over, it's been more towards his upper leg. An interesting situation there. I mean, he was rolling in pain on the bump, rightfully so, and a hamstring injury is not a lot of fun, but then looked pretty much fine walking off. It's really interesting sequence.
Well, either way, it's a break in the action. Pitching change. We hope Mole is okay, and we'll tell you about his replacement on the other side of the break. Menlo Park leading this one 1-0. Will Marlin's the new pitcher, maybe pushed into duty a little earlier than he would have liked with the injury to Evan Mole, who goes 3 innings, 3 runs, all earned, 3 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Marlin, a lefty, is ready to start against the top of the order, Gideon Hahn, with 2 outs. And he delivers a first pitch. Called strike, says Gurney. And it's 0-1. Hahn's bounced out, lined out, reached on an error, and flown out. The 0-1 is a check swing, but both in the zone and he went around, I think, said Gurney. It's 0-2. Marlin's second CCL appearance, he gave up 1 earned run and 3 hits and a walk in just 2/3 of an inning against Slow. That was back on June 7th. He misses up and away. Everything's been outer third or even further.
F-150, you need to check your windshield.
1-2. Hahn fouls it off of his foot. And the battle will continue. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Stompers looking to get the bats back going here in the 7th. And Hahn tomahawks one foul past Jacoby Heyer in the first base coaching box. The count holds at 1-2. For the Legends, 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth. Sonoma went 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth. And that's how we play on into the 7th. Hahn serves this one to very shallow right center. It's the center fielder Schmalzi who makes the call and the catch. A good job out of the bullpen by Marlin. He retires the only Stomper that he faces. We head to the 8th. More drama at Arnold Field. 9-8 Menlo Park on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. We go to the 8th inning. The Stompers need a little bit of magic, just like they had last night. They trail by a run. Luke Duncan's day is done. 2 innings, no hits, no runs. He walked a batter, he hit a batter, and he struck out a batter. He's relieved by David Howard, the lefty out of Sonoma State, making his first bullpen appearance. He took the loss in the 9-0 game against the Seagulls last Thursday. 3.1 innings, 3 earned, 4 walks. But he starts out Quincy Villa with A swing and miss, strike number 1. Villa was at the plate when Landry was thrown out at second base to end the 7th. Howard, a 6'4" junior, delivers, gets a sword. It's 0-2. And this is the thing with Howard. He's slows down as his outing continues, so maybe he becomes an effective 2 innings out of the bullpen. You don't give him the 3rd. Same thing happened. Boy, it was actually Nails in his league start. He retired no hit innings through 4. And Quincy Villa is distraught as he's rung up on fastball away. He might have a case with Eric Gurney.
Yeah, it's the second backwards K in as many at-bats for Villa, and he didn't like the call that time either. I do recall it being maybe slightly on the outside edge, but you got to battle with 2 strikes.
Howard looking to keep the Stompers within a run. The lefty from the windup delivers, swing and a miss. They do a little ball 5 chant at Texas A&M. What about strike 4? He's coming and filled up the zone.
We'll call it the Sonoma strike 4.
We have a Sonoma strike 4, exactly. The problem is, you rarely see 5 strikes in a row in the CCL. And that trend will continue as that one misses low. And I mean, I feel like we both sort of jinxed that one, but I'll take the credit. You took it on the last time we had an announcer's jinx. 1 ball and 1 strike. Howard pitches. It's cut on and missed. The count's 1-2 to Schmalzi, who had an RBI ground out in the 1st inning, a 2 RBI single in the 2nd inning, a single and a run in the 4th inning, and finally he was retired in the 5th inning. So count that up: a run, 3 RBIs, a stolen base, and 2 hits. Have yourself an evening, TJ Schmalzi. That one misses inside the counts. 2-2. Pitch missed well inside. I don't really know how it didn't hit him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Howard, the lefty, Schmalzi, the righty, and that one's fouled back to the screen. A nice 2-strike hack. That one's off the outside corner, but throw your bat head at it, get it back to the screen. Stompers and the Legends, second of a 4-game series. Stompers won last night here at Arnold Field on a walk-off. They trailed tonight, and then we'll play 2 tomorrow. You can catch that on the Mixler 1 and 4 first pitches. And Eric Gurney rings up TJ Schmalzi on a disgusting curveball that dropped right down the middle.
It looked like it was going to stay out and away, and then last 18 inches just shot right into the heart of the plate. A great pitch from Howard, and perhaps our 3rd consecutive scoreless frame from Sonoma pitching.
David Howard in his out-of-league appearance went 3 innings, allowed 1 walk, 1 hit by pitch, and 1 strikeout, but that was 3 no-hit innings. He's already matched that strikeout total for 2 hitters, and he's ahead of Will Robbins, 0-1. 1 for 4 for the Princeton backstop, and he fouls it back to the screen. Robbins plays first base here in Menlo Park. He's also the 2nd catcher for the Legends, who, care about their catching. Lucas Townsend caught in his whole playing career, that rounded out at Sonoma State. 0-2. That one sent towards right center, sinking fast, but not fast enough, as Kieran Baker ranges into the alley and makes the catch. 1-2-3 goes Menlo Park. The Stompers trail by just a run as we head to the last of the 8th. Menlo Park 9, Sonoma 8 on the Stompers Broadcast Network. Max Handren leads off the bottom of the 8th and swings first pitch and hits it a mile high into center. Schmalzi coming in, makes the catch, and Handren's retired. That's now 6 straight.
Number 7,
Esteban
Esteban Sepulveda.
Sepulveda will have to try and get things going for Sonoma. Offenses that were going crazy through 5 have slowed down considerably. Just 1 run between the 2 since the 6th. The first one to Sepulveda hit him. You saw the curveball, you don't get out of the way. 69 miles an hour off your elbow guard. Doesn't hurt that much, but it means a whole lot. It's the tying run aboard with 1 out for McCann Libby. And this is sort of turning into a, we kept saying Brady Shannon was hitless, and he never got that hit. We keep saying McCann Libby's the RBI guy. He'd love one here. He takes a called strike. That's a nice pitch, a fastball at 77.
Yeah, it's the second time tonight that Sepulveda has been hit by a pitch.
Oh, 1 to Sepulveda, who has 2 steals this year, not running, and Libby grounds it weakly to the left side. Moving over is Shaddix. He goes to second for 1, and it's dropped. Robago dropped the ball. It's an unsuccessful fielder's choice, E4, and the Stompers are set up. Oh, that's a gift.
Yeah, that's a defensive mistake that you really can't afford this late in the ball game. Looked like he just tried to transfer too quick maybe and forgot the first half of a transfer is to catch the ball. A big one for Sonoma.
So Sepulveda reaches second on the E4. Libby reaches first on what would be a fielder's choice. And the first one to Pulowski's bounced foul third base line. And the hottest hitter, I'm going to say in the league right now. Maybe the hottest hitter on the planet over his last 7 at-bats. 3 walks and an RBI double today. He was the walk-off hero in the 9th yesterday, looking to drive home that go-ahead run, but this time in inning number 8. Marlin checks second and pitches. He pulls it to the screen, and everyone's going to get a base. That one kicks far up the first base line. Nobody's covering home, but absolutely not, says Dave Hoke. Oh, goodness. Imagine if he got thrown out at home as the tying run. But the Stompers have the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second base with less than 2 outs, and the mustache man, as we called him on Twitter yesterday, Connor Pulowski, a chance to play the hero once more.
And had there been a steal on that pitch, you might have seen him come home there,
Oh, yeah.
but you absolutely cannot risk it as the tying run.
Infield draws in. Pulowski takes outside 2-1. First base open with 1 out. Paul Lazul on deck. 2 balls, 1 strike. The infield in all around, trying to cut down that tying run. Pulowski lines it foul back to the screen, and I don't know if I love drawing the infield in here, right? Because a line drive scores 2 now, or a ball that could have been fielded by a drawn back infield ties the game, you get an out. If it gets through a drawn in infield, this is more than likely a Stomper lead, so that shows lack of faith in your offense, I guess. And that one's grounded back to the pitcher, Marlin, who throws to first in time, and it works perfectly.
And the pitcher, I mean, drawn in by just baseball math. He's only, 50 feet from the bag, or 60 feet from the bag, home plate, excuse me. Feels the comebacker. They might have had Libby at second base. He was pretty aggressively off, but he spun around, decided the best play was at first, and then got the out.
Colton Boardman will come in to pinch hit. And this has been the guy, unequivocally the best hitter on the Stompers through 2 weeks. The lefty takes outside 1-0, and he knows a walk's as good as a hit. Infield back. Third baseman Shaddix in on the grass. The center fielder Landry in and one step over towards left. Boardman takes way outside, and Blake Cowens just saved the game if results hold here. That one was heralded for the backstop, and he lunged into the far batter's box and saved a run. That's +1 defensive run saved for Blake Cowens on that play alone. 2-0 to Boardman. In there for a called strike. Stompers pinch hitters went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts yesterday. Boardman trying to break that streak for Stompers subs. The 2-1 from Marlin is served towards very shallow right center. Will it drop? It will not. Schmalzi runs it down. Almost the bloop single Sonoma needed, but TJ Schmalzi runs it down in shallow right. So the Stompers, if they want to win it, it'll have to be in walk-off fashion once again. To the 9th inning we go. Menlo Park 9 and Sonoma 8. We go to the 9th inning with Menlo Park leading 9-8. It was the Legends who took the lead in the 9th inning yesterday. They already have it today, but the Stompers will try for a second walk-off in as many nights, and that would be a lot easier if David Howard can throw up another 0 and keep it just a 1-run deficit. Dade Most, James Bowes, Blake Cowens, and he gets a big swing and miss on the designated hitter Most, who's reached base 3 times. A couple of singles and an error have gotten him there. Stranded at first, thrown out at third, and scored once. He takes, whoa, good pitch from Howard. James Bowes on deck. That was the man who hit at the time a go-ahead home run yesterday. Howard finds the inside corner. The counts 2-2. Fastball 82. That's a little slower than we saw, especially from the last guy, Luke Duncan, but just about where Howard sits. 2-2 home. Is foul back to the screen. Struck out Villa looking, struck out Schmalzi looking, and Will Robbins popped out to center in the 8th inning. Howard's retired all 3 that he's seen out of the bullpen. Two from the lefty. Outside 3-2. Most now reached base 2 or more times, both games of the series. payoff is popped up out of play over our heads, and we'll do the 3-2 again, and it will be Howard's 20th pitch of the outing. Stompers will have Baker, Sebastiani, and Shannon. If anybody reaches, it's back to the top. 3-2. In there for a called strike 3. The curveball just lofts in there and sits at the top of the zone. 3 looking strikeouts, all on the curveball, if I remember correct. It's James Bose's turn.
And most did not like the call. He had some pretty serious words for the home plate umpire, but that one definitely landed below the numbers.
Bose had a 2 RBI double back in the 4th inning, and he takes low 1-0. 2 homers yesterday, including a 9th inning blast. 1-0 coming from Howard. Outside corner, called strike 1. One from the lefty out of Newark. Winds and fires. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Thanks for joining us. Our last home broadcast for a little while will be on Mixler tomorrow. 2 games all afternoon. Spend your Father's Day with Roman and I on the radio. 1-2 is foul back to the screen. That's a 1 o'clock start in Menlo Park, and then planning to start the second game 30 minutes to an hour after the conclusion of game 1. And I can all but guarantee that that's going to be a single admission doubleheader at the College of San Mateo. One-two pitch outside, in and out of the glove of Sepulveda. That definitely didn't help, and the count's 2-2. Then Monday off as per usual, and the longest road trip that the Stompers take. They'll head down to Southern California and play 2 against the San Luis Obispo Blues. 2-2 is popped up, back behind the plate. It's coming our way, and almost got up here. Landed just to the right of the press box. Maybe it hit the roof. You were ready to make a play, Roman. Where are those Colorado State Championship hands I've heard so much about?
Well, they're in my pockets because it's about 60 degrees right now.
2-2. That's lined past Trent Keys down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Shannon's going to go dig it out as Bose heads towards second. The throw in is cut off, and James Bose continues to rack up the extra base hits here against Sonoma, and a much-needed insurance run is out at second base. And Trent Keys went as far as he could, reaching up, leaping towards the line across the body, but could not make the play. And that brings up Blake Cowens, who's walked and grounded out 3 times.
That's Bose's 4th extra base hit of this 2-game series.
So see how many he tallies tomorrow. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Sepulveda. We saw Landon Akers get a pinch hit at bat in yesterday's 9th inning. I wonder if Zach Pace goes back to that button in today's 9th inning. He worked a 9-pitch battle, which eventually ended in a strikeout. The 0-1 is a called strike 2, and the strike zone is just growing and growing off the corner as the night progresses. But that's an adjustment that you now have to make as a hitter. Howard working from the stretch now. Delivers. Curveball high. The only real difference for Howard is he doesn't rock his hands. He brings them up once and pitches with nobody on. He goes straight from the belt to home plate with a runner aboard. Looking to throw up the 4th consecutive 0 from Stomper pitching. His 1-2 struck him out swinging, way out in front of a curveball. His 4th strikeout, and that brings up Gavin Shaddix for his 2nd trip.
Now batting, number 1, Gavin Shaddix.
Stompers hope the bottom of the order can produce a little magic and set up the top in the last of the 9th. Howard trying to keep that a 1-run game. That one's popped up foul. This one's going to get up over our heads. 0-1. All that matters is that he's ahead in the count. Oh, 0-1 coming from Howard. The lefty deals, and that one's lined foul down the left field line. That's just a hooking line drive that ended up well wide of that white chalk line, about halfway to the foul pole. So Howard way out in front. It's no balls and 2 strikes. He's had the swing and miss stuff working. Looking for his 5th strikeout. Check second. Still staring at second base. Comes home and struck him out swinging. This time it's the high fastball. Fired up off the hill as he stares down Bose at second base. But that's all for naught unless the Stompers bat gets it going. Looking for their 2nd walk-off in as many nights. They trail by 1. The dramatic conclusion of a Saturday night affair on the other side of the break. For the 2nd time in as many nights here at Arnold Field, the Stompers trail by 1 going to the bottom of the 9th, and Kieran Baker takes low, says Eric Gurney. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Baker put down a bunt in yesterday's 9th inning, and he ended up reaching on an error. Shaddix knows that. He's in on the grass at 3rd. Baker takes one that slips out of Marlon's hands to the screen. 2 balls and no strikes. The Stompers entered yesterday's 9th inning, as I mentioned, down by a run. And they ended up with just 1 hit in that inning, the Pulowski one, and Marlins missed with the same pitch. It's stuck in his hand now 2 pitches in a row. And out to the mound goes Blake Cowens. He has to, but there really is no excuse if you don't get on base here, starting off on a 3-0 count to start a critical 9th inning. Secure a series split at the very least before you hit the road for 2 tomorrow. 3-0 coming now to Kieran Baker. Low ball 4. And here we go again. A leadoff man and the tying run is aboard with a 4-pitch walk, and Will Marlin now has to put a ball in the zone.
And not really the guy you want to have to do that with. I mean, at the plate, he has a home run, a single, and a walk today.
Sebastiani's driven in 3. Squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes low. 5 consecutive out of the zone. And this is exactly how yesterday's 9th inning started, with a runner on first and nobody out. Zach Pace had the second man in the inning square to bunt. That's what we assume. Sebastiani will try again. He can't get it down. It was high and tight at his head, and he fouls it back. 1 and 2. I mean, to Will Marlin's credit, that's the right pitch to throw when someone's trying to bunt on you.
Yeah, you hear a lot of coaches say just throw it at the barrel. We'll take the out one or make him put down the bunt. Bunting, not an easy thing to do. Sure, you're giving yourself up just kind of putting the bat there before the pitch is thrown, but you still got to accurately find the ball with the barrel and put it down in fair play.
Sebastiani pulls back, up and away, 2-1. And ahead in the count is Nick Sebastiani. Stomper lifer, Sonoma born and bred for Nick Sebastiani, who pulls back the bunt, and it's called a strike. And now the bunt sign is off, and we'll see if Sebastiani can produce. Baker off first. The 2-2 hit him right in the ribs. Sebastiani doubled over in pain at first base, and he'll head to first as the winning run. This is an eerily similar 9th inning to yesterday. It's Freaky Saturday.
That's good there. And I mean, looking back at that 9th inning, it was a single to lead it off, an error, a sac bunt, a strikeout, and then a single. It's small ball at its finest, and 2 free passes here are setting up for just that.
Nick Sebastiani is in a little bit of pain down there at first base. I think that's more of a stinger, right? I mean, I hope it's not a broken rib, but he is in quite a lot of pain. It hit him just sort of in the front side.
Yeah, it's not the ideal place to get hit. Obviously, you kind of want it in the hip or leg. Even the back isn't terrible, but Nick, not a super big guy, not a ton of meat on the bones, especially in the ribs there. It's colder weather, just not a great spot to be.
81 miles an hour, the pitch that hit him. He's in consultation with the athletic trainer, Allie, Jacoby Heyer, the first base coach is there. Zach Pace comes over, and is this for Will Marlin knocking him out of his rhythm or giving him time to reset after a walk and hit by pitch?
I mean, if you're Marlin, you have to use this to your advantage. You need to, I mean, obviously you're concerned, and he's looking over very intently. You feel bad if you hurt a guy, and especially break a rib, whatever it is, but you got to use this time to reset, get back in the zone, know that you've got a lead here. You need to roll a ground ball, get a double play, and you're right back in the driver's seat with a chance to win this game.
And Lucas Townsend is out and saying, come on, get some warm-up pitches and stay loose. We hope that Sebastiani's okay. He's looking at his wrist as well, it looks like, with the training staff. I think he's now ready to put on his diving mitt. He's sort of just milling around there at first base as Will Marlin takes his warm-up pitches, but he's safely on first, and Brady Shannon is digging in from the right side. Righty on righty, Will Marlin and Brady Shannon. Brady, born in Youngstown, Ohio, went to UCF out of high school and came back to play college ball in his hometown. Here, he grounds it to third, picked by Shaddix. He goes to second for 1. The relay to first is not in time. Brady Shannon hustles up the line and saves Sonoma in a big spot. To third base goes Baker. A race to Sebastiani. He'll be happy to go back to the dugout. And Shannon is at first base on the fielder's choice. And that brings up Gideon Hahn. Runners at the corners. No way you send him, right?
It's tough to tell there, and a heck of a play by the two-sport athlete. He's the backup quarterback at Youngstown State. He ran for a first down there, if you will.
Rolling out right.
Rolled out to his right.
And won the race to the sticks. The first one to Hahn inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Stompers trail by just 1 run as we play in the bottom of the 9th. Max Handren waits on deck. That storyline writes itself, but Gideon Hahn wants to be the hero himself. He takes upstairs 2-0. Kieran Baker walked. Nick Sebastiani was hit by a pitch. Brady Shannon put runners at first and third on a fielder's choice. Hitters count for Hahn. He's 0 for 5 today. He lines it foul back to the screen. May have expanded his zone a little bit more on a 2-0, but he still has the count leverage. High drama at Arnold Field, as it feels like we see every single night here in Sonoma County. The pitch. Hahn lines it into the glove of the first baseman, Robbins. He tags out Shannon. And it was a hard-hit baseball off the bat of Hahn. But it ends in an unassisted, game-ending double play. My goodness. It's a shocking way for this one to conclude.
And you could have given me 100 guesses as to how this game would end. I would never have guessed a L3 and then a CS3U. What a play there, and a heck of a grab from Robbins, and then the alertness to make the tag play. Not how you want to see it end if you're Sonoma, but what a play.
There was a second where that ball goes all the way to the corner, and Gideon Hahn has his second walk-off. But that one ends in shocking fashion. The Stompers fall by the final score of 9-8. 9 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors. 8 runs, 6 hits, and 3 errors for Sonoma. We'll be back with the post-game wrap and the totals in just a moment. Post-game wrap time here in Sonoma. Maybe not as excited as we were yesterday. This one ends in just as dramatic fashion, but this time the road team gets the victory by the final score of 9-8. The winning pitchers, Evan Mull. The losing pitchers, Braden Gens. And Will Marlin gets a 3-inning save out of the bullpen. Wow. A game that started after inning number 5. The Stompers trailed this game 9-7, and then in the last 4 innings, just 1 run, and that came in the 6th, and it looked like the Stompers were set up for another walk-off, but it's not the case. But if we look at this more holistically, the Stompers have made 3 errors the last 2 nights, and they have left 11 runners on base the last 2 nights. At some point, the luck's going to catch up to you.
Yeah, and it was great offense from both sides. I mean, it's the final score of 9-8, and it just came down to who could capitalize more. The Stompers left a few on base. The Legends left a few on base. Small ball was the name of today's game. We saw a couple extra base hits here and there from both Sebastiani and, James Bowes, because he seems to just only be able to get an extra base hit. A competitive game, and this is exactly what you come to the CCL for. Tight games down to the wire. Good pitching in here or there innings. Great offense. Just good team ball, and we've got a doubleheader tomorrow to decide this mini weekend 4-game series.
Stompers fall in gut-wrenching fashion, to be quite honest. After you see that ball leave the bat of Hyun Han, it ends in a unassisted double play. 9, 12, and 2 for Menlo Park, 8, 6, and 3 for Sonoma. The winning pitcher is Evan Mall. The losing pitcher is Braden Gens. Will Marlin gets the save out of the bullpen for Menlo Park. The Stompers are back to 500, 5 wins and 5 losses. Menlo Park at 3 and 4 after today's victory. 2 enthralling games at Arnold Field on Friday and Saturday, both one-run affairs, but the series is split as we head to a doubleheader tomorrow at the College of San Mateo. You can tune in to the pregame show. That's on Mixlr. You can find that link on our website and on the Stompers social media, or MIXLR, and look up the Sonoma Stompers. Pregame show starts at 12:50, first pitch at 1, and that's the first of a twin bill. We'll get you updated start times for Game 2 when we have them tomorrow. The Stompers lose a tight one, 9-8 the final. For our entire broadcast team that helps this run, our analytics team, Grant Boydell, Luca Sebastiani, Leighton Brower, nails again. Grant Boydell, our head of analytics, we wish him a very happy 20th birthday. The Stompers can't get the win, but we hope he enjoys the rest of his evening. 9-8 Menlo Park over Sonoma. For Roman Raffelli, I'm Kieran Costa saying good night, and we'll catch you on the radio in just about 15 hours.